set that aside. There we go. Alright, so should be live. Let me pull up the chat as I usually have to. Oh shoot, hold on. Is this? Okay, no, okay, had me worried there for a second. My thumbnail momentarily on my channel for whatever reason came up as completely incorrect. It was pulling one from from the Yoshi story stream, but no, it's set to right. I don't know why that popped up as the currently live thumbnail, but it has corrected whatever issue I was looking at. Really took me by surprise there for a second. So, you might notice, looking at the video, I have gone and did some mech painting. So let's take a look here. We're gonna do this one to get the close up. So the mech is currently set up to be based on my channel colors, which is the top banner, which I've been meaning to redo because back when I made that channel banner, for whatever reason, during updates to YouTube over time, it eventually, for whatever reason, stopped fitting correctly. And I've been meaning to redo it anyways, but originally it was designed with the Banjo-Kazooie typing setup in mind. And I'd probably keep it that way because I like those old games. I am a bit of a retro fan, and Banjo-Kazooie was one of those games that for whatever reason just stuck out in my mind. So anyways, that was the entire color choice thought and design look. But this, I had to kind of rebalance which colors show where the most. What I originally wanted to do, as I was messing with it, it just didn't look very good. But as I kept playing with it and getting somewhere, I think I got to something that looked pretty decent. However, and I realized after the fact that what I ended up making actually ended up resembling quite a bit the mech from the old cartoon Megas XLR, which I don't mind at all because I have talked about that cartoon before and it's a fantastic cartoon. And when I realized that, I gotta show you something here. When I realized that this thing was just screaming Megas XLR to me, I went on Reddit and I tried to find some codes for some emblems that other people have made. You can kind of see one up here. I've got the Gurren Lagann Dai Gurren skull flames up top, resting on the head. Another one that I picked up over on the side here, you can see that is the, I believe, the Neo Zeon emblem. But what I was actually looking for was something to fill a role in the Megas XLR design, and I found something. If you're familiar with the anime, Richard, I do see you popping in chat. I'll read those in a minute. I just want to cover the changes in my mech for a second. But before I get to that, how are you doing? Hope things are going great. I'll be reading your messages in just a moment. So when I realized this thing was very Megas XLR like, I went to find, if you remember the cartoon, it had a very pseudo like trucker vibe in certain aspects, and it even had the classic lady on the mud flap look at one part in the legs, and I wanted to find something that would be along that line. And if you're familiar with the anime Spice and Wolf, there is a character, Holo, and it just so happened to be the first character I found that looked like it might fit the design. But you can see down here on the ankles, I have my own mud flap lady pattern going on. So I thought that was fairly decently well done, and I wasn't going to find too much better, so I jumped on that. And I actually think I got them fairly positioned somewhat evenly. I don't know if it's perfect. They do have a lot of scaling and grid patterns you can look at to determine. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like what should have registered as a mirror image necessarily did, and that's partially because I'm not sure if the XY coordinates, the XYZs, actually have like a proper central divide within the mech. Not that it mattered too much, but I think I was able to get pretty close on look. Anyways, hey dude, hope you're doing well. I am doing fairly well. Got a little bit of allergies coming in today, but other than that, things are going great. I actually broke free from, God, it was, what is that? What does this come out to? 5 days, 12 hours. Is that a 60-hour work week? And I've got to put in a little bit of time over this weekend. So while everybody else is getting ready to enjoy, well, everybody stateside at least, is getting ready to enjoy whatever the holiday is. It's what is it? It's Labor Day. As everybody's getting ready to enjoy Labor Day, I'm sitting here looking at the weekend like, oh, I got more labor. God, I'm like a pregnant lady getting ready to deliver. The labor, it just isn't gonna stop. It hurts. Was about to do some dishes, so I'll probably be quiet for a bit. And then, of course, we've got to quote the Megas XLR theme. God, I legitimately, unironically love that theme. By the way, the song they use for that theme actually does have an extended version, and you can find it, and the entire thing absolutely slaps from beginning to end. I have no idea if the band that did it are still making music. I've never looked into any of the extra stuff that they've done, but I really should, because legitimately, for as doofy as saying, oh, it's a cartoon theme song is, I don't give a shit. I love anime music. Cartoon music quite often can be pretty awesome too. But that opening is an absolute freaking banger. I'm like a pregnant lady getting ready to deliver. Who's the dad? The dad is corporate America, and he is an abusive piece of shit. Anyways, so I went through and did a little bit of playing here and there through the week. However, I didn't get to everything I wanted to do. One of the things I wanted to pick up, let me see if I can buy it actually. Oh no, I already have it. I have to equip it. That's where I made the mistake there. So I have the sword arm and the rifle here as my main weapons, and I've actually done a little bit of reading on this game in between. I haven't been watching people play it. I've been avoiding that as much as I can. My favorite theme song from Cartoon is the version of Let's Watch This Show from OKKO. I'm going to have to check that out. I know of OKKO. I've never watched any of it. But I know of the show. I've never heard the theme. I've never seen anything about the show. I'm trying to think. There were a couple others that I really liked. That were just, some of them are way more on the nose as theme songs. Like the Teen Titan theme song is one that I'd say is actually a decent bop. I wouldn't say like it's absolutely amazing because it is so on the nose for what it is, but I think it was Puffy Yumi sang that song, and absolutely like the vocals, the vibe, that little bit of rock feel, really just made it a solid opening. Another one that is, again, kind of more in that bop vibe feel. Do you remember the show? It was a Nickelodeon show, I believe. Kappa Mikey. No joke, the absurdity of that show is fantastic and amazing, and I think with how mainstream anime has finally become, no joke, I think that is a cartoon that could be revived and actually be improved upon. A lot of shows, when they get revived, because of the change in culture, a lot of what made it great in its era gets lost. But I genuinely think Kappa Mikey is something that the shift in culture ripened. It treated it more like a fine wine. Hold on. There we go. Had to move the microphone a little bit. I think it treated Kappa Mikey more like a fine wine than some other shows get treated. And so I think that would be a fun one for them to bring back. Anyways, the change up I was going to make is, as I was playing through and figuring things out, I realized that for the viability and use, I actually liked the pistol more than the rifle. The problem I had with the pistol was constantly remembering that it's not going to be full auto. I can't hold it down and fire it. The other thing that I noticed is, looking online, a lot of people were saying that the rocket launcher was fantastic. I haven't tried this at all yet, but I'm going to. I actually have my my mech completely kitted out that this doesn't put me over any load limits. However, I have been looking at some things online and found out that I am disappointed in some things that are missing from the game. They do give you a Gatling gun, which I'm looking forward to. That's one that I enjoyed in past entries. I think I've talked about it before. But the machine guns in this game, of which I think I bought, yeah, they called this the machine gun, and I looked at the specs when I spawned in, like what is your ammo count in a single magazine, and it's hot garbage. The machine gun is unfortunately terrible, and I went to look online to see if, well, maybe that's just the starting machine gun, maybe you'll get better ones later, and unfortunately, when you're talking the machine gun build, pretty much everything is actually a submachine gun, and you don't get a real proper machine gun delivered to you in the game. The other thing that I am unfortunately saddened that we are missing, you can see I bought a bunch of the shoulder pieces too. I did some grinding for some cash and to practice up a little bit. Although that was a couple of days ago, so I am unfortunately a little bit rusty because, you know, been working my ass off. But I also noticed that it seems like, at least people are saying so far that I've read, we seem to be missing the shoulder-mounted machine guns as well. One of the most expensive builds you could run, but was always so fun in my opinion, was machine guns in both arms and machine guns on the shoulders. It was expensive because your kinetic, whatever they call it, I think it's kinetic, ammo, your classic bullet ammo all has a high cost in firing. And it was almost like a guaranteed way that in the past games, it doesn't matter how well you played, if you had a build like that, it was fun. But you lost money on every mission. That seems to be less the case in this game. It's really, really, really hard to actually lose money on any mission. But anyways, I've talked about the changes going forward enough. Let's hop into a new mission. Assist the assault on the Rubicon Liberation Front stronghold and destroy the Juggernaut heavy mobile artillery platform. The band that did the Beck Mongolian Chop Squad? What? I don't even know what this is. Opening theme did the song for Kappa Mikey. Had to space that out because the word apparently turned into an emoji? Really? Interesting. Hold on, I think Kappa used to be one that... Well, it doesn't on my device for whatever reason. If I type Kappa, it doesn't give me an emoji, but I wonder if maybe that's like a YouTube specific one. It's better known as just Beck. Okay. See, you tell me Beck, I know Beck. Again, better known as just Beck. That I know it as, but when you put all the extra words behind it, I'm what? Mongolian Chop Squad. But yes, I do know it by that name. Don't think I've ever actually watched any of it, but I'm familiar with it on that.
This request comes straight from Arquebus headquarters. They want you to assist with a mission the corporations are calling Operation Wall Climber.
This is V2 Snell, leader of the Vesper 2nd Squad. I will chair the briefing for this mission. This is an operation of my own design. Consider it a privilege to be called to participate. You will be attacking The Wall, a key trading outpost fortified by the Rubicon Liberation Front. The rabble have formed a defensive line comprised of artillery and MT squads. Break through the line, then make your way to the top of the wall. There you shall find the Juggernaut, a mobile heavy artillery platform. Destroy it.
I think this is one of the boss fight
will also be participating
scenarios.
in this mission, infiltrating through a separate route. However, be aware that Balaam has also taken a crack at the wall, only for their vainglorious hopes to be dashed. Do try not to die like a dog out there.
Do my best. I blamed Funimation at one point having its episodes uploaded to YouTube titled Mongolian Chop Squad for me calling it that. Yeah, I've never heard that. Pardon me, I need to deal with some sinus issues. I apologize for any weird noises you're going to pick up there. I tried to cut the power to my mic, but it looked like upon doing so it spikes the mic. So I apologize for that, but I hope you'll agree with me that it's better than listening to me cough and sneeze into a tissue paper. Alright, let's load out as we are. We should be good here.
Is to take the Liberation Front fortress, the Wall. Show them you're worth the credits. 621.
I'm not sure how I feel about having like the one-on-one handler conversations in this game. And I say I'm not sure about it because I actually think this element of story delivering is an improvement in the direct, but I feel like there should be some side story that happens that we're missing out on from like past entries. It used to be you would get your story updates by
Clearing the way for Arquebus.
by emails, but for the important stuff, this makes a lot more sense. Oh, that hurt.
You'll never climb a wall, corporation dog! Combine with Rubicon!
Oh, yeah, that hurts. Alright, how am I supposed to get up here? Can I just... Oh, okay, that hurt. Okay, so I could, in theory, I'm going to need to restart this, though. I'm taking way too much damage way too early on. I'm trying to speed my way through it, and I really shouldn't have.
System activating combat mode.
Commence mission. We'll start by clearing the way for Arquebus. Take out the Gatling cannons protecting the city, and the Baus Tetrapod MT further in. There's heavy fire.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man, they really...
621.
Wow, I have no range with my setup, apparently. I can't lock onto anything. There we are.
Combine with Rubicon!
There we go. That was a little bit better. Oh, Jesus Christ. else we got going on? Nothing else here. Let's take a little bit of cover. Oh, gee, I thought I was going to be able to dodge that one. Apparently I'm not, and I can't even heal. Alright, I'm really going to have to figure this area out. These shots are absolutely heavy.
Activating combat mode.
Commence mission. We'll start by clearing the way for Arquebus. Take out the Gatling cannons protecting the city, and the Baus Tetrapod MT further in. There's heavy fire coming from up top. 621. Keep an eye out for cover.
You'll never climb the wall, Corporation dog! Coral! Abide with Rubicon!
Come on. Let me use those as cover. Oh, definitely need to get... There we go. Wrong one. There we go. That's the heal. Alright, let me get down here. Nope, don't want anything to do with you. Oh, wow, Jesus Christ. Yeah, firing those shoulders really locked me in place.
One repair kit remaining.
Holy... Okay, you know what? These things have way too much health. I have to get behind them. I thought if I just, like, blasted them with a rocket, maybe they'd go down. Their health is just obscene. But now that I know where I'm going, I think I can actually do a lot cleaner. I don't have to worry about everybody.
Take out the Gatling cannons protecting the city, and the Baus Tetrapod MT further in. There's heavy fire coming from up top.
Drop down.
621.
There we
Keep
are.
an eye out for cover.
You'll never climb the wall, Corporation dog! Coral! Abide with Rubicon!
Oh, trying to break past them. Wow.
Gatling cannons destroyed.
There we
Friendly
go.
MT squad will take care of the city. You take care of the Baus Tetrapod MT 621.
I was gonna say, I know we've got more shots coming from somewhere.
We stand as one! Die, mercenary!
Okay, really hurting.
Remaining.
Want out of here. Definitely abusing the height here. Nope, get me around him.
Another one!
There we go. Oh, that hurt. All right, got him.
Baus Tetrapod MT eliminated. That significantly reduces the threat in the city. Access the bulkhead and break into the wall.
Here. All right, so dealing with that guy really hurt.
Be prepared for close quarters
But again, each attempt at the mission doing a little bit better.
Do you read me? This is V4 Rusty. You're fast. Guess you're sharper than they say. I'll have to
Whoa.
step up my own game.
There we go. That's what I was looking
Albert
for.
Vesper, he's an elite. But remember, even Balaam couldn't crack the wall. Don't count on him too much.
There we go. Alright, that didn't go too bad.
Send backup! We're taking too much fire!
Well, I tried to focus in on... Oh, maybe it's because I have the wrong lock-on option. There we go. That's more like what I was looking to do. Although it seems like that wasn't a great option anyways.
Left shoulder, ammunition at 50%.
I had to make sure he went down.
There should be a lift nearby. The target is close.
I do have to say that above all else, the game does feel so much fun to play. I don't think anybody who is being honest can deny that the game is absolutely one of the greatest joys to sit down and just rock around with.
621. I've dispatched a supply Sherpa. Make sure you resupply.
Alright, so the resupply is one of the things that I'm iffy on. Again, this feels like a justification to make the game more bullshit hard, just for the sake of making it bullshit hard. And what I mean by that is resupplies existed in other Armored Core entries. I think it was in Armored Core 5 was the one I played that had something similar. But even on that, it was for significantly longer missions. This mission's length wasn't very long. It was just made to be bullshit hard for the sake of being bullshit hard. And the added question I have is in the lore, the story, how they've laid this out, with how hard it is to get in here in the first place. How the hell did we drop a resupply location? Alright, I think we're going to have a bigger boss fight here. This just screams boss fight wall. This is absolutely FromSoft modern day Soulsborne experience fog wall equivalent.
One of the infamous handler Walter's hounds.
So we've got a partner with us. Let's try and keep him safe.
Interesting. You ready to climb the wall?
And now we've got one hell of a boss.
That's the Juggernaut, a heavy mobile cannon. I wouldn't recommend taking it head on.
Yeah, I don't want to get too
Won't be able to
close.
Keep up with Steel Haze. I'll distract it while you hit its blind spot.
Alright, get me out of there. I do like the rocket launcher, not gonna lie. That blast range, really, really good. Get in there. Really abuse. Wow, did he take no damage from my sword? Is that really what just happened?
That's the stuff. Walter knows how to pick 'em.
Alright. I think it's... Yep, there we go. Let's try jumping up a little. Yeah, no, it's just got armor for days. Oh, I bet the plasma weapons are what I should be using. He's using them and it looks like he's doing more damage. Although I think I might be causing more of that stagger.
This is V4. Understood. Raven, I just got an update from Snail at command. We've got enemy reinforcements incoming. If I don't intercept them, we're both toast. I hate to leave you like this, but you'll have to finish without me.
No, I think I can do that.
Gone. So much for our decoy.
I'm supposed to be here showing what I can do. Really need to spend more time in the air though, because his cannons get a lot of blast range. Oh, I walked right into that. He's like planting mines. Alright. I think I need to stagger out my damage type a little bit so that he can't keep recovering from the stagger that I'm building up. Oh, I charged right into him. I was hoping to get in there and slap him with the sword. Really running out of ammo because I didn't come in here with any of those plasma weapons. Alright, let's see what we can make happen with this. We have no repairs left. Honestly, the charge isn't that hard to dodge. The real thing is the blast range he's got on so much of his stuff. The blast radius. There also seems to be an area where the rockets will hurt him more. I'm trying to figure out where that is. Oh, he can back up with that too. Alright. Yeah, restart from checkpoint. Good. Where was my notification, YouTube? I'm here. Welcome, Dem. Glad to have you. How are things going? Oh, jeez. Now, oh, I see. That actually helps a lot. I missed that statement earlier. Anyways, I pre-typed it. 1,250 characters, so I'll send it on Twitter, but I'm more than happy for you to read everything out loud to the stream. Dem, I know you mentioned that you had so much happen recently, and you were looking forward to come into chat before and let us know. I'm really hoping this is all good news. It sounds the vibe I'm getting from what you've said before, what you're saying now, it seems like it's good news. So I'm having my hopes up for that, but I will absolutely give it a read. You know I very much like having the chat actually chat. I don't like the idea of, I've said it before, I don't like streamers that don't engage in the chat, and I really don't like streamers that only engage with people who send money for chat. So it's, and I know for a fact when you get to be so large, it's hard as hell to keep up. But, sorry about that. Just because you can't read every chat as it scrolls through at light speed, it's not an excuse, in my opinion, to not read every so often and at least catch the vibe from the chat as a whole, and maybe shout a couple individual ones out here and there. I understand, as when it starts scrolling through 1,000,000 miles a minute, there are things you can at least pick up on. But anyways, as I said, I hope it's good news, and I hope you're doing well right now. Alright. This is, in fact, a huge update from Dem. So much so that my phone doesn't even want to scroll up to get to the start of it. Since August 3rd... Okay, so this is a relationship starting out with here. So I will say, just for... I haven't read the whole thing yet. If I see names pop up, I might use my discretion whether or not I omit or not. So I apologize if I don't read exactly as written, but again, I'm trying to tiptoe around YouTube somewhat. I do fly the middle finger to YouTube quite often, but we'll see where this goes. I know anytime you're talking X's, it's a volatile cocktail that could be good or bad, and I'm just laying out that I haven't read this yet, and I'm setting myself up to hopefully not shove my foot so far in my mouth I end up kicking my own ass. Since August 3rd, my ex said she wanted to be in a relationship. Like a week later, told her we should probably stop making out and just be friends. She's been kind of a dick for a week. Then we had an argument, and after saying she wants to try to be friends, when I've asked to talk about the argument... Oh, wow. Sorry about that. When I've asked about the argument, she had said she wants time, and we've barely spoken since. All right. So far, this sounds like drama with an ex. Nothing new. I think everybody goes through it a couple of times in their life, at least. Some people a lot more. But it also sounds like an argument, some emotional flare-ups, and as much as it might suck, again, I'm reading this in the moment, and I haven't read ahead. I would say as much as it might suck to have the, jeez, I'm like tripping over my words. To have that momentary break in things. Like I said, dealing with an ex is a volatile cocktail of positives and negatives until you can either mend or walk away. It usually ends up going one way or the other, and it can mend. It's not like it can't. But in that volatile cocktail, there actually is, based on the situation and how things play out, some benefit to some slowdown as well. My mate came down from the 25th to the 27th, and Saturday night we went out and both blacked out. Oh, I remember those years. I've never been the one to black out, but I was oftentimes the guy who was still conscious enough to carry people to a bed to lay down on. A bed, a sofa, a blanket on the floor. I was the guy who remained at least conscious enough to be that guy. It's very hard for me to black out. I don't think I ever did. But again, would I even remember if I did? I woke up with a girl's bucket hat, and all I had to find her was that she was short and blonde. Had a great time with her until I blacked out. Safe to say I will never see her. I wouldn't say that. Here's the thing. If you went out to a bar, it's quite possible she'll be there again at some point. It's not to say go out there consistently and look for her, but it's possible you might find her again. Same thing with if this is at a house party. That means the people you're hanging with, some way, somehow, either first hand, second hand, or third hand, knows this person to some degree. Not knows them directly, but knows people who know them, and somehow the cocktail of settings happened that they showed up in the first place. So again, the odds are probably better than you might think that you'll run into her again. The whole thing is whether or not you'll know who it is. That's the bigger hard part, is once you hit that point where you don't remember exactly what they looked like and you were blacked out drunk, and odds are your memory's a little bit fuzzy and hazy, you're looking at some hard opportunities to realize who the hell you were even talking to, even if you met them face to face and had another conversation with them. I decided it's a great idea to drink on a Wednesday night. I decided I assume it was a great idea to drink on a Wednesday night, and somehow managed. Okay, see, my brain's doing the things. I'm reading ahead. I'm reading the clues. I managed to bump into her again. had another great night. Going drinking with her and friends Saturday. On Monday, she's helping me move to my flat, which will be until May. And then we are going on a date, staying and watching a film. As for uni, resists, feel confident about 2. Oh, I assume you're saying retests. As for the university retest, you feel confident about 2, and not about another 2. You need to pass 3. I should get results in a week or so. If I fail, I'm happy to retake the year as I'm in a much better spot and can practice. Here's the other thing. If you have to retake a year and retake some courses, you are looking at having experience with these courses as well. Usually that helps a lot more than you might think. It sucks, but I've been there before. I think calculus was the course I took where that benefited me greatly. The actual course progressed in such a pace that I fell behind, but when I dropped it and took it again, having the knowledge going in, I was able to get ahead of the curve and then stay ahead as they progressed. So while the bulk of the course was still covering, let's say, sections 1, 2, and 3, I was like, no, I got 1 and 2. I'm gonna touch up on 3, and then I'm gonna look ahead at like 4 and 5. I'm just putting like arbitrary sections in place. So as much as it sucks to have to retake something, there are benefits as long as you actually capitalize on those benefits. I'm in a much better spot and can practice revision techniques more than fully focusing on the content as most of it. Again, you see, again, as you're pointing out, I am pointing out the fact that I am somewhat experienced and learned in the kind of situations you're going. Now, I'm not saying I'm an expert on how to handle any of it. My God, I did my own share of fuck ups, and nobody can write a user manual on how to get through the college years. But I've been there, and I can at least say I can relate to a lot of this. This is kind of funny seeing it through my lens so many years later. As much as things have drastically changed on the college front, and we're even talking about not only years differences, but nations, an entire goddamn ocean, plus several more chunks of landmass. But as much as things are going to be drastically different, some of those core human elements absolutely hold true, and I find that kind of entertaining. I'm sorry that I'm saying that the situation is entertaining, but look at it from my perspective. It is interesting to see how that all works out. Alright, so reading back up to Richard, I also only like streamers who engage with chat because it gets more of a reaction if I make a joke. It gets more of a reaction, it feels more personable, and it feels like it's too easy to hide who you are if you are screening everything to such an incredible degree. And it makes, my experience has been, it makes things feel too fabricated, too falsified, too polished. There is genuinely something to be said about too much polish in the selling of your personality, which is basically what a streamer does. Most of it is relationship based, a little university update. Blacking out is not fun, too many shots. Again, my experience on that front is more on the day after, and my God, those hangovers fucking suck. I think I joined the last stream and said hi. About an hour later, I blacked out. Yeah, I think you did stop in and say, hey, you were gonna go drinking, and that you had some updates to deliver. But other than that, yeah, I think you came in, you said that, you peaced out, and now we got, in the same way you have in cinema, we had a character walk off screen and come back and like, yo, some shit went down, and we had to do that whole recap scene. I'm glad I was able to catch you. I wouldn't want to miss another one of your streams. Well, thank you very much for stopping in, Rigid. And speaking of the stream, I'm about to get back to this. I've just now realized that I missed a part of dialogue at the start of the fight. and it helped me realize why I was doing so little damage. Oh, okay.
Watch out. It's coming.
Oh, but he turned around too quick. But I've really got to build back. There we are. Man, getting those shots from behind him are kind of rough. There we go. That was a good one. All right. Nope, nope. Got to get my boost back. There we go.
That's the stuff. Walter knows how to pick 'em.
Oh, I'm losing it. There we go.
Understood. Raven, I just got an update from Snail at command. We've got enemy reinforcements incoming. If I don't intercept them, we're both toast. Hate to leave you like this, but you'll have to finish without me. He's gone. So much for our decoy.
There we go. Do a lot more damage that way. Man, he does not want me to get behind him again. Uh-oh. Yeah, that hurt.
2 repair kits
I
remain.
ran into the surrounding world. All right, I'm gonna back up and try to pull him this way. I wonder if I can get him to blow up his own mines. Come on, buddy. Uh-oh. Oh, I felt pretty good about that one. Apparently I shouldn't have. Alright, that looked good. Apparently it wasn't.
1 repair kit remaining.
There we go. That's some good damage. Oh man, I dashed right into that one. Feather it out a little bit. He's got to run low on his energy reserves eventually. Slow down just a little bit. Aw, dang it. That should have been when I was firing my rockets. That would have been a great opportunity there.
AP at 50%.
No, I'm not losing this time. I definitely am feeling like the victory is here to be had. I've just really got to tighten up a little bit.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. AP at 50%.
Oh, that hurt. definitely got him there. Oh, I was feeling the pressure and I just had to close in hard.
Confirmed.
I guess robots get back shots too.
Operation Wall
God
Climber is
damn, that's a good one,
success.
actually.
That pilot.
Not only do they get back shots, when you land them well, you can really make them stagger.
I've taken that contingency into account.
Alright, that was kind of rough, but managed to make it work out. Although I feel like to pull from the energy Rigid is putting into chat, taking it a little rough is probably par for the course. Yeah, I'm doing well today. Today's a day I get off work. Hell yeah.
One new message.
I was so excited to end work yesterday at I started at 8. I ended at
More buddies
9
now. I think I should tell you something. During Operation Wall Climber,
a.m. to p.m., mind you.
Arquebus was planning to sacrifice you. The plan was to use independent mercenaries to clear the way so that the Vespers could step in and take over. But instead, you took the wall. The higher-ups are going to remember you now, that's for sure. As will I.
Hell yeah, Rusty. I mean, at least Rusty was there with us for the bulk of it. Can't be mad at him himself, you know? New parts available. That's the big one. Let's see what we're working with here. Oh! A pulse gun. That actually looks pretty dope. I think I've seen this thing. I don't know if this is the one in particular that I've heard about, because there are other versions of each gun. But that's a nice one. That's looking like pretty nice. Let's see what else we're looking at. Okay, this is a shield, I think. A pulse buckler. And a homing missile launcher. There could be some fun there. That really pushes me closer on the weight, doesn't it? I mean, it doesn't push me over. I could give it a shot. I will be right back. Give me a moment, guys. As I slap the mic stand. Alright, let's try to not slap the mic stand this time. Get those headphones back on. Alright, so, yeah, nice one, close fight. Yeah, it might have been a little bit smarter of me if I decided to change up my mech, because it seems like the issue I had was probably, and I would have to do some redo of that missions to play around and test it out. New legs. Oh, we got quads and tank legs! Hell yeah! Tank legs are massive. This is how you're gonna have absolutely no concern with the weight you're throwing on shit. However, you lose a lot of mobility in certain aspects. but you can see how much armor this adds just on the leg portion. It more than doubles what I've got. Even the quad legs. Quad legs are an interesting one. They add a lot of the weight load. I don't know how they work on mobility on the ground, but one benefit you get is you're supposed to be able to hover a little bit easier. You can see that my boost speed actually drops quite a bit off to the right, so I'm not a fan of that. And the thing about losing the boost speed on the tank legs is you get so much more armor and the option to have so much beefier parts that you should, in theory, be willing to make that trade-off here. This one, I'm not sure if the difference made is enough for me. We got here some new boosters, better boost speed, better thrust. Man, but the quick boost goes way down, and I love my quick boost, so I think I'm going to not go with that. Medium range assist, that is what I need. As much as I'd like to be able to shoot from farther back, from what I've learned reading about this game, there is not enough long-range equipment to make long-range combat a viable option. So I'm going to pick this up. A lot better just across the board. With the exception of the weight, which again, we would still be under the total load. The boost speed goes down, but you get so much more energy. That might be something to try out. So let's take a look at what we can do here. Give back shots to Robos. Says he likes it rough and leaves. And leaves for like what, 2-3 minutes? Man. God, one pump chump, right? Hold on. I have some family that might need to stop by and borrow something. If that happens, I'll just walk away for a brief second. They just need to borrow something. I told them where it is. Hopefully they'll be able to just walk in and grab it without having to shout at me for help. But otherwise, I might have to back out for just a second. I saw an image from the game the other day where someone put a womb tattoo on the crotch of the mechs. Oh my god, they didn't mod that in. Rigid, I'm going to tell you right now, they did not mod that in. You can see the things I have here on the back. I also have on the side over here from Gundam, the Neo Zeon. And let me see what decals I actually downloaded. But here's the thing, on the core. So, not here, I'd have to put it on the custom one. But, like look at this. Like, you absolutely could. Now, this one is not overly equipped for that. I'd have to figure out how I'm going to deal with my belt buckle there. But you absolutely could. And you can custom make your own decals, as I just hinted at. There we go. That's the crotch that I was looking for. This is where I put these ones. And I actually downloaded a couple. Let's take a look at the ones I got. So, we've got the Holo the Wolf from Spice and Wolf. We've got the Gurren Lagann, which, you know, pretty close to a womb tattoo if I really wanted to make that. And I'll be honest, as a Dai Gurren man myself, there could be no better. Alright, let's discard the edits and back out. But I put that on there. You missed it when I mentioned it earlier, Rigid. Those decals are purely because of the pseudo Megas XLR vibes that I got when I finally finished up my paint job. And I was just like, yeah, okay, I really need to put a little bit more a tasteful artistry on my mech. All right, let's take a look here. We have a couple of parts to add in. Was it that one? No, it was that one. Nothing to the weight, nothing to my boost. All of this is just more close and medium range aim assist, essentially. Now, I do like this. Oh, hold on one moment. Alright, we should be back now. I apologize for that. That was the whole family thing that I mentioned moments ago. They came by, shouted down that they brought a package in, and then said that they can't find the what they came to borrow. I told them where it was. I told them where to look. They went, they looked, I come upstairs, and they're actually like have their nose right exactly where I'm looking, where I told them to look. Guess where it was? Right in front of them. So, unfortunately, I can't do anything about somewhat blind, I suppose, family members. Gives off old Custom Robo banner vibes. Oh my fucking god, I love Custom Robo! Oh man, the game, that was one of my favorite games on the GameCube. No joke. I had a couple of friends that we'd play through the story, we'd be unlocking all the shit, and then like later into the night, I remember it came up at like a party, and we just all started taking shots and playing the 4-player multi. If you remember, it was one of the few games where it didn't split screen. Everything was on screen all at once. It was you better fucking deal with it and go through. And I can't remember what we had done, but we had basically turned it into a drinking game. Long story short, a 4-on-4 matchup, tag teams, 4-on-4, whatever it was, eventually became a 1v1 and eventually became me trying to play through the story for like the 15th time, drunk, and being horrible at it. But, God, I remember. It had a DS game as well, and the DS game is absolutely fun as fuck. It's far more childish in its story conceptually, but like the actual gameplay worked really well. I'm disappointed because like the screen size was so small, but no joke, the game was fun to play. That is just as weird as Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Someone made a stage that was basically Incineroar's. I'm going to assume it was Incineroar's cat penis. And if it was not a cat penis and it was just like a full-on meat stick, that person was anatomically incorrect and they should be punished for such. Good old split-screen multiplayer, nice and chaotic. Yeah, I genuinely, again, I have mentioned, oh my god, I have to buy this. My recovery goes to 666. That is the cursed number. I need to give it a shot. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the test and see how I feel about that boosting. But yeah, when I talked about rebranding my channel, the name I have decided that if I ever do it, alright, that's not too bad. I can actually feel that some of this feels a little bit slower. But I'm not sure if it's going to be like slower to the point of being a problem. So I'm going to give this a shot and see what happens. But yeah, the channel name would be Couchside Gaming, and it's purely off of the aesthetic idea of that split screen gaming, but also, as I've said before, one of the vibes I want to put out on this channel is the idea that really, however large this channel ever gets, is still ultimately hopefully gonna feel like a bunch of people getting together in a basement room at the end of a school day and just sitting down, having some snacks, if you're old enough to drink, taking some drinks, and just chilling out and having a good time. Conversing, talking about what's going on in your lives, talk about the game, talk about shared interests in those elements and aspects. The whole experience, why I share so many stories of mine growing up, or hell, not even growing up. Some of the stories are fairly recent. Why did that last comment register as if I typed it twice? I don't see it up here twice, but it would be a high. I don't know why I was gonna say. I was going to combine hilarious and ironic for ironic, which is more so just irony when you're high as fuck. But anyways, it would be funny in the idea of split screen multiplayer comment uploading twice as if it was split screen. The Dark Lord algorithm wasn't pleased. I only just realized I didn't like this video until just now. Well, what are you doing, Richard? Remember, guys, you gotta like videos, be active in the chat, and then you've gotta share it around, because apparently the Dark Lord algorithm is a pissy prick and is very easy to piss off. As I say, calling him her. I don't know. I used to call it a her because it was like Vijaya Gade was in charge, but I don't know who's in charge now anymore. So is it a him or a her? If the Dark Lord was a her and is now a him, can deities be trans? Can evil deities be trans? Because I know that, like, the face of companies can be, and there's no problem with that. But how does that work when you get into the ethereal aspect of things that could be either or both at any given time? Anyways, questions for people more involved with that war front than me. I thought that said retrieve combat legs, and I was going to be like, yo, we getting special leg units! No, I'm just an idiot and can't read. Recover at least 5 combat logs from MT Rex. Missions must be completed within time limit. Okay, so there's a time limit on this one, and I have to win 5 fights. If these are... Okay, these are MT Rex, so I don't have to fight them and make them Rex. Extra rewards based on the logs recovered, so I can get more than 5. Infiltrate Ball's Arsenal number 2 and determine why it went silent. Alright, we're going to do the combat logs and see what we can make here. Yeah, see, I agree with Rigid's take. Oh, hold on.
Attention, Gun 13 Raven. This request comes from our affiliate Dafeng. We're conducting an investigation into the Vespers, Arquebus' augmented human squad. Currently, our focus is on their 4th squad leader, V4 Rusty. Sweep the route Rusty took during Operation Wall Climber and retrieve combat logs from the wrecks he left on his way in.
Rusty just came through
Wall
with a
is now
fucking
under
badass.
Arquebus' control, and they've stationed their MT squads there for the Coral survey. As such, he'll be targeting the brief window where their main force is deployed elsewhere. Keep an eye on the time and retrieve as many logs as you can.
Alright, and as I recall,
Briefing. We expect prompt results, Gun 13.
alright. As I recall, when I retrieve these things, if it's going to be like what it was before, I have to stand stationary, which could be a problem.
621. You should be used to Rubicon by now.
Deities can be genderless if Pokemon taught me anything. That makes a lot more sense, Rigid. That was what I was trying to get at beforehand. I'd assume a god would be able to change gender, and Rigid... Yeah, I actually think that the idea of they are... It makes sense that you're, as a being of that stance and not needing to really procreate, you're above gender, and then, just much like deities in mythology, should you so choose to do the procreation thing, you just, like, take what you need to make it happen. Or don't, and just say, fuck the rules, I'm a god.
Search the nearby wrecks for combat logs recording engagements with V4 Rusty.
Man, there is not a lot of time here. Alright, that's going to be one of them down there, I bet.
That's what we're looking for, 621. I'll analyze it on my end.
System log extracted from a wreck allows one to examine... Okay, so we're not going to get details of this.
Nothing we can sell here.
You, AC pilot. You're no comrade of ours, are you?
I might not be, but
Kill
doesn't...
them all.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I did what? When something comes... Something will technology Elcano. You must... I assume that'll be like remain hidden until then, so...
Operation
Something about Rusty? Rusty didn't go down, did he? Is that what you're telling me?
Danger. The mission comes before everything else.
Shameless. Corporate dog. Go. Leave Rubicon alone. I'm a Coral warrior, just like the others, and I will rock you then. Forged in Ash, we stand as one. We're not like you, a greedy hound.
That actually went pretty well.
Marshall.
Alright, where's the next one of these?
My promise.
Confirmed.
Is it up here?
Enemy AC destroyed. Get back to work, 621.
Well, we got something going on up there.
Unidentified AC.
Is that one over here?
Kill the intruder.
Oh, that's gonna hit the wall. There we go.
That makes 3 logs.
No, I'm gonna take that shot all day long. I'm more worried about finishing the mission now.
We've got visuals on V4's AC assembly.
There we go. Ran out of my booster, but I'm up here.
Keep an eye on the clock. Either avoid combat or make it quick.
Alright, we got this down here. These little guys can be divided with that. I'm sorry, did neither of those rockets hit you? Oh, because... Did it again. Alright, I've really got to finish this up fast. We can beat the top Vesters. We can't beat the top Vesters. We're as good as dead. At least Zai is off duty. She's the Liberation Front. Oh. Was that the lady I just killed? She's the Liberation Front's little sister. She doesn't deserve to be out here on the battlefield. She can still love, be loved, and have a family. Yo. Oh, I looked down to read Ridge's comment, and here I am like, oh, that's heavy. And Ridge is like, technology can come? Okay.
Worthless.
And then the comment from the game, worthless. All of that felt too well timed. Guys, I see you coming in. Do not care. How could you? I know who you are. I've seen Uncle's files.
Very
Yo.
interesting. This could be worth something.
All right. I need another. Where are they at? Oh shoot. That's it. That's the end of this level. Where are they? They were like, hey, there might be more than 5. And I'm like, I can't even find 5. Yeah, I've already checked that one. Yeah, I'm going to be out of time. Oh, I've retrieved 5. I did find
Arquebus's
5.
main force will be here any minute now. We've got enough logs to satisfy the request. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
I kind of feel bad about winning that fight now. Like I said, I was like, oh, hey, I actually did pretty good on that. Pat myself on the back. So yeah, they were very happy to have kept her out of the fight, and then I mean, they've got to make babies somehow. Cue the reason to why some Transformers have boobs.
Two
All right.
new messages.
Gun 13 Raven. Bagged us some decent intel on V4. I'll report this to Commander Michigan. Additionally,
Oh, you guys are fighting. Okay, that's what this was.
Gun 6 Red. But you can call me sir. Privileged to be among Balaam's best, even if I am stuck whipping you independents into shape. Believe you me, I'm gonna put you to work.
I'm torn, cause like I actually like the leader of Balaam, like the way he communicates with me as a unit more, but also like Michigan's team, their pilots I vibe with a bit more.
Registration number RB23. Call sign, Raven. Your records have been updated. Granting authorization to perform ACOS upgrades. Additional. All Mind hereby invites you to the Arena Combat Aptitude.
The arena! Yes!
The Arena is a virtual combat simulator designed to support the development of registered mercenaries.
Go fight it out in the arena and get better, you scrubs!
Mercenaries active on Rubicon. We look forward to your participation.
Alright, okay, so I've read a little bit about some stuff that's really good on the arena combat stuff. But if I'm gonna do the arena, like, there's a whole change up in... Ooh. Tuning. Expend OST chips in your possession to upgrade your AC's OS from OS tuning menu. Upgrading the OS unlocks features and improved functionality. Awesome. Alright, so a boost kick is a new thing. Weapon Bay unlocks a Weapon Bay feature for your AC shoulders, allowing shoulder weapons to be replaced. I can put hand weapons on my shoulders? So I could actually run... If that's the case, and... If that's the case, and from what I've heard, you can get hand Gatlings, then you should be able to put them on your shoulders this way. That changes some things from what I was reading. If it works the way that I'm thinking it does. Manual aiming. That's going to be a rough one. I could actually see that being, like, really good for, like, from what I understand about the way your HUD works, if you're locked on to a singular enemy, you get a lot more free use for the camera control, but you lose accuracy. Meanwhile, if you use the alternative, you will gain accuracy, but you need to focus what you're looking at a lot more. I wonder if this will increase accuracy even further, but basically say, hey, you know that lock-on you like even a slight little bit? Fuck you, man, get good! The quick turn. Quick turn could be good. Assault armor and allows it to be installed. Assault armor creates a pulse explosion centered on the AC, canceling out incoming enemy fire and creating a damaging... That's actually pretty solid. Pulse protection, pulse armor. These are things that you're probably going to have to activate. Optimize fire control of AC weapons to enhance all sources of kinetic damage, excluding melee weapons. Now, kinetic damage is mostly what I'm using right now, and they are my preferred damage type between this and the one other option, I think two other options actually, that I've played around with. Rigid's in the chat just being like, just grabbing a straw, snorting a line of the green stuff, and just being like, oh man, I got my Mountain Dew fix. So, Richard actually did a soda update video, a soda review on some of the new Mountain Dew flavors a while back. The man sold me on 3 cases of Mountain Dew. I went out there and I saw that they had 3 flavors that all sounded good and in that tropical field. And I haven't bought Mountain Dew since, and I haven't bought Mountain Dew prior for like forever and a day. But Richard put that out there. I was like, hold on, I really need to try that shit. And they're actually really good, the new tropical Mountain Dew flavors. Reminds me of a scene in Brave Little Toaster where the computer essentially nuts paper. I think I know that. By the way, there is, now that you've brought this up, there is a website that you can go to and buy animation cells for older cartoons. Every so often they get anime ones as well, but they're a lot rarer. They trickle in, and the price point for those is a lot higher. I actually went there recently, and I have a background scene and corresponding image of Ace Ventura from the old Ace Ventura cartoon, which, if you don't know, the Ace Ventura movies are one of my brother's favorite movies of all time. And so I have Ace Ventura talking out of his rear end in a living room somewhere as an actual animation cell from the production with a certificate of authenticity. And it's really cool, and I'm waiting for the holidays to give it to him as a gift. I've got to get it like properly framed, and then I have to put a blocker on the frame that can be removed because you don't want it to be overly exposed to sunlight. So when I frame it, I need to take particular care about how I'm going to keep moisture out and keep sunlight out of the frame that I put it in. I've never had a Mountain Dew. Dem, the way I would describe it is a purely citrus beverage, but it has a smoother texture than many alternatives, almost purely because it has such a more syrupy consistency than other citrus sodas of its ilk. By the way, just ordered a pack of Mountain Dew bottles. The Dollar General was out of the normal size, but had them in the cutest little bottles. Oh, are they those little tiny, like 1/3 the size of a normal bottle size? I've seen those. They're kind of funny. I've gotten some for the holidays before when I was much younger. But frankly, back then, you could still buy glass bottles. God, I feel old saying that. They were a specialty thing. You had to pay an upcharge premium, and they did go, like, away almost entirely. Soda Addict reviews, making more soda addicts one drink at a time. Eyes begin glowing red. Is it code red, Richard? Is that what's going on? You've just like got code red filling up behind the eyeballs? Would you believe that when I was trying to... I read that as trying to make babies, and I was wondering what the hell you were going on in chat with, Richard. Let me correct. Would you believe that when I was typing that make babies thing, I was trying to think of a way to reference the Brave Little Toaster, but couldn't? Well... by avoiding your self setup, you allowed for delivery all the same. But anyways, the Brave Little Toaster thing, the reason I brought up Animation Legends is the Brave Little Toaster, I think they still have some animation cells from that. I actually have one from the old Super Mario Bros. Super Show. It's a Princess Peach overlay cell, so they would put down the scene, put the primary, and this is one that they could swap out and use just as Princess Peach standing there quite often. So it's probably a cell that saw a lot of reuse. And then I also have for my nephew, who is a huge dinosaur fan, but he's also a lot of that, engine gearhead kind of kid. He loves vehicles. He loves just the sound of a tractor, of a lawnmower going off. So he loves dinosaurs, he loves machines. If you remember back in the day, when in like the era of Street Sharks, there was another one called Extreme Dinosaurs, which was basically Teenage Mutant Turtle, Street Shark-like characters, but now human dinosaur hybrids that were outfitted with stupid, absurd machinery for weapons. And I have an animation cell for that as well. And he's a big fan of raptors in particular. So I know the raptors were like villains in that show, but I have the raptors with a forest scene backdrop from the show as well. So I picked those up to give to him on a holiday at some point. So those were really cool to find. You can still get, I know you can still get glass bottles, but you definitely have to hunt them down. They're not a specialty thing that you're gonna find at like a Kroger's or something. You have to put a little bit of legwork to find them. The gas station I work at recently started selling them. Awesome! I also know that there's a whole thing about getting soda from Mexico because they actually properly use cane sugar in it. And I have had one of those, and it does taste better. I will admit to that all day long. Explosive damage is what I'm using with my rockets. So honestly, right now, I'm doing a lot of explosive damage, so that would be a great one to get. The kinetic would be great if I decided to swap over to shotguns, which in the arena online, as I understand it, is kind of the current meta. Like, it's just run shotguns, and the reason for that is one of the complaints I've said about the game for a while. I don't necessarily like the stagger system. And from the sounds of it, the arena is a great example for why I don't like the stagger system. Your online game has now become a matter of who can stagger the opponent first, and then just capitalize the punishment from it. Knock them down, win, walk away. And I'm not sure I like the sounds of like the combat flowing that way so intensely. So that leads into one of my complaints about the game's current system. It also seems like a lot of people, because they're coming in from the Elden Ring community, the Elden Ring, the Dark Souls and all that, a lot of them are coming in from that era. And so right now there's like a mindset that is, no, you play the meta, you hurt hard, your entire goal is to drop your balls on their forehead as fast as possible. And I don't like that, because again, like, whoa, wow, I peaked the mic hard there. Because back in the day, it was a whole thing to just, like, it was actually viable to have goofy, doofy, absurd builds, and actually, like, put some pressure on and make sure somebody actually had to pay attention to win. But also, you kind of went in knowing you were kind of doing something goofy. I think it was it was either 5 or Verdict Day. They even had like squad combat that made for some really niche builds that, as long as you were in a group and you had people with you that were able to fill the gaps, your niche build could actually be massively important to certain strategies. I talked about how in this game, it seems like long-range combat just isn't really a thing. I can't remember if it was 5 or Verdict Day, but there was like people would build sniper builds that really would not work if they decided to do like a one-on-one thing, but putting it into a squad with some competent people to put some pressure on the front actually made the sniper build very viable to sit back and pepper from a distance and be a distraction, shaking up the front line and still doing some heavy shots when they do land. Honestly, I'm not much of a fan of cane sugar throwback sodas. They taste off to me. For a lot of them that are made in the States, I kind of agree with that. The one difference I'd say is the actual like Coca-Cola cane sugar, but again, I'm talking about from Mexico. I'm not sure if cane sugar is the only difference made, but even when they did the Coke throwback, it tasted like there was a difference between the two. And for all I know, that entire difference might actually be a matter of the shipment process from Mexico to where I am in Michigan. Honestly, the difference might be a matter of the bottle gets shaken up more, the bottle sits on the shelves longer, the bottle sits in transport longer. For all I know, these factors might be the difference maker and nothing to do with the ingredients, but something about them tasted different. And I liked it more than even the standard ones that you could get at the time. But the thing about like beverages is all of that stuff plays a role, especially when you're talking like liquors. So Dem, I'm talking to you here. If you're buying alcohol that isn't like made somewhat regional, it's gonna taste different. So let's say Dem has I love some of the original Coke, just saying. Yeah, and all of it is purely subjective. But as I was saying, talking to Dem, if I were to buy a what would be a locally brewed liquor where you are, if it was locally made, I don't know what you have, so I'm not going to say any brand names or anything, and had it shipped and imported to where I am, no joke, like, there are subtle differences that is picked up on the shipment process and how it's handled, bottled. It's weird that when you're really taking a deep dive into flavor profile, all of this can play a role. No joke, I have had bottles of wine that are actually made to taste better if I leave it sitting out on the windowsill for a half hour before I actually decide to drink it. Something about that little opportunity to warm up a little bit in the sun and then to take in whatever happens chemically to the wine, actually leaving it out for that little bit makes a world of difference and makes it more pleasurable to drink. Brew liquor? Hold on, who's licking brew? No, you're thinking of brow, B-R-A-W, not brew. Brew is the action. I actually knew someone, this was years ago, whose name was actually Braun, B-R-A-U-N. That was one of the weirder names that I have known personally. Alright, anyways, we've read through a lot of that. Gonna go through the rest of these. Honestly, do we have... Oh, you can make your repair kits better. Lovely. it doesn't seem like there's much to actually make your quick dodging, your quick boosting better. All right, and then these are just ways to fully break it down more. All right. Win arena battles to obtain your OST chips, opponent AC data, and ooh. So they actually do still have it where when you win, you can take their emblem. That's pretty cool. All right, let's take a look here at my design, my assembly. That puts me overweight. And none of these are better than where I'm at. And I'm not dropping my arms. I love those girthy beef. God, I feel like I'm talking. I love these girthy, beefy arms. Okay, well, that was meant to sound one way and it came out sounding wholly different, but I feel like that's exactly what people probably would have expected it to have sounded like. So, I'll be honest, I loved the idea of these missiles here, but the way these ones fire, they fire up into the sky and then come down on the enemy and actually make vertical dodging these a lot easier, and I was not much of a fan of that. Alright, let's go to the arena. Let's see here. We've got the invincible... Okay, so we might as well start all the way at the bottom. Hold on. Let's take a look here, because a lot... Back in the day, you could actually get a lot of hints from reading the data of what you were going to go fight. You could actually, if you knew the game well enough, determine, like, basically what you were going to go up against, more or less. Not sure how big he is in America, but Jeremy Clarkson has a farm and produces beers now. I tried one the other day, even though I'm not a big fan of beer. It was actually pretty good. I'm going to have to look into that. I don't know if this counts as a microbrewery or if this even would be what kind of beer it is. I'm very, very, very picky on beer. I know the big thing that a lot of people are into now is a lot of those IPA hop-forward beers. I have not found one of those that I find to be even remotely drinkable. If I get it for free, I'll drink it. And I am not above trying any IPA that I haven't tried before. I have not found any that I like. I think people... My personal opinion is people lie about their liking of the hoppiness purely to hype themselves up as a pompous asshat. Just my thoughts, I'm throwing it out there. Because I find the taste of hops so incredibly unappealing. Also, there is a lot of misinformation out there about the history of about IPAs. There are actually professionals that try to... I say professionals with air quotes because these are a lot of those pompous airbags that I'm talking about, that try to push back against the story that you might know about IPAs being so hop forward to help in their travel, because they had to travel back when they were first becoming a thing. IPA, God, what was it? What was the original meaning to IPA? Indian Pale Ale. India Pale Ale. When they were shipping from India, was it from or to India? I can't remember. It would have been from India. They put so much hops in it to help it make the trip. And a lot of people say that, well, there's not a lot to go off. I looked into it. I tried desperately to find anything that verifiably disproves that claim other than people just saying that it's disproven. I probably spent 4 hours on Google and couldn't find anything that disproved the claim. I found a lot of evidence proving the claim. I couldn't find anything that even questioned it. That wasn't just other people pushing for selling IPAs, trying to muddy the waters. So I don't know what the real information is, but it sounds, because again, these are quote-unquote professionals, but none of their evidence seems to be backed by anything other than because we said so. Hold on. All right, there we go. So I don't know what the real information is, but that's a whole thing. But yeah, me and beer, we really tend to not get along too well. In the summer, there is, and I can't think of what it's called, but Sam Adams makes a beer that is I think it's something that, like, the concept of it originated in Germany, but Sam Adams makes their own version of it, like, in the summertime and puts it out. And that is a beer I really enjoy. But I don't know too much about it. I just know that I don't mind Sam Adams personally as a general beer, but really that one summer thing that they put out is actually pretty decent. Shortenings of names are always interesting. Richard shortens to Dick, and Tristan shortens to Trip. I've never heard the Tristan one. I have heard the Richard to Dick one, but there you go. Which, by the way, is one of my favorite comics that I remember seeing someone put together. And I say my favorites, but really, like when you think about what it is deeper than the surface level, wow, the surface level joke, it's kind of less appropriate. But it was the Teen Titans, and it's Robin talking to Starfire. Anyways, the conversation goes about how the name can be shortened to Dick, and Starfire, in her alien speak misunderstanding of how to phrase questions, goes, "How does one get Dick from Richard?" And Robin just looks at her and just goes, "You ask nicely." Anyways, it's an old joke, but in the framing there, for some reason, is just extra funny to me. How do you... Richard? We're sharing the same brain cell? Richie, I've told that joke to my aunt and uncle, who are the rich and pompous type. They gave me a real... You see, these are people that don't know how to have fun. Again, I understand the whole, the time and place thing, but there's also, like, something to be said about needing to break loose and crack a laugh from time to time. Don't shove the stick so far up your ass that you lose your humanity. Come on, guys. My brother almost got called Richard when my last name is also Bullock. He wouldn't have survived high school. Yeah, nope. I can see exactly where that goes, and I'm not going to continue from it. Okay, finally I can jump in and actually read the information we have here. So we are fighting the Invincible Rummy. The Armor Corps tagline is Mad Stomp. Like many other dozers, Rummy is utterly addicted to coral-based drugs. Holy shit. Okay. And in his... Like many other dozers, I assume this is actually like the job he does. His mech almost looks more like it's a workman's kind of thing. And so these guys are actually just doing some serious hard alien drugs. Literally smoking that space rock. And in his perpetually addled state, he has convinced himself that he is an invincible demigod. Evan should... Oh, wow, why am I reading that like a name? Even should reality intervene with a costly defeat, he will forget about the setback entirely by the next day. Only death can dispel his notions of invincibility now. God, this guy sounds like a great guy to party with, though. I mean, I'm not for doing the drugs, but, like, a guy there that has that kind of hype could be a lot of fun. Oh, those look like some... Are those shotguns? What are they? What are those weapons? Grenade launchers?
Commencing evaluation.
Main system activating combat mode.
Oh, alright. Got some nice dodging there. Wow, yeah, that accuracy really goes down. I'm sorry, what were those jets doing? Yo, this song is kinda a little weird in the background. Kinda feels a little out of place. Oh, that hurt you bad. There we go, took him out.
Target
Actually took
destroyed.
very little damage too.
Concluding evaluation. Well done.
Fun fact, my full name is Richard Nathan Forrest. As a teenager, I realized that my name could mean... Again, you gotta play the linguistic game to get here. Dick Wiener Woods. In hindsight, I'm glad I never mentioned that in high school. Man, again, that's the kind of thing you bring up once you are comfortably in your place as a human to laugh at the own situation. High school is rarely ever the time for that. Certainly not pre-high school. It only gets worse the younger you go. A guerrilla leader of the Rubicon Liberation Front. Yo, okay, so this guy actually has a name to him. Who was involved in the construction of the grid. He is now dedicated to establishing symbiosis with the coral. My god, these guys are absolutely freaking, oh, what's the term? Where you're basically like a super zealots. These guys are absolute zealots over this coral. Sounds like some junkies too. So you've got drug-addled people who are like praising their drug of choice as a deity. Must be one with the coral. And coral is dedicated to establishing symbiosis with the coral and building a future for Rubicon free from planetary closure. Inspired by Father Dalmayan's ideals. Able-bodied... This literally is a drug cult. Able-bodied and eager. He is zealously dedicated to the cause! But he is more at home in the construction yard than the cockpit. This is wild. I need to get me some coral. Yo, this space rock's some shit. I thought like coral is also used in a lot of the weapons in this game right now, which is why you're out here mining it. You're mining it for the corporations who are like, hey, we need to use it to power all of our crazy dumb shit. And these guys are just like, yo, this fuel supply, some fucking good shit, man.
AC. Burn pickaxe. Call sign.
It's like, imagine you like pour yourself a glass of gasoline and then snort lithium.
Evaluation.
Like, what the fuck?
Main system activating combat mode.
I'm gonna... Oh! No, I meant to open with that, but now I've ruined that plan entirely. Oh, I took that pretty heavily. Oh man, he is pretty good with that shot. Alright, got him with that one. Alright, that was actually pretty solid. And now I've just got to keep that pressure on. No, I'll take the shot because I can get in and finish you off.
Target destroyed. Concluding
Dude is getting
evaluation.
high
Well
like a
done.
meetup between Gene Simmons and Kurt Cobain. And again, we're talking like this shit fucks you up so good that they're like, yo, that shitty like earth drugs. Fuck that shit, man. We got fucking space crack. We smoking them space rocks. Holy shit. So yeah, I think your claim there of Gene Simmons and Kurt Cobain ain't too far off. I feel for you, Richard. Mine's to the point where anyone asks my last name, and I just say it's Bullock. And you won't be the first to make that joke. You see, the one I hear a lot is, and I lean into it, the one I heard growing up was the last name is Rensack. So everybody sees it and they pronounce it Ranksack. Or the other one that I'll hear is Ransack. And it's, yeah, you know what, whatever. I didn't get to pick my name, and frankly, I have put so much time and effort to make the name mean something locally that, you know, I say it online and people see it and they're like, super Rensack bros? But, you know, locally people are like, okay, hold up, you're a Rensack. So you're actually, locally, very locally, people know the name. I'm involved in the community. My brother's involved in the community. My mother's been involved in the community. We have a generational foothold of being people who try to actually help locally. So in the areas that we've grown up, when people see the name, they actually have some attachment to understanding of it. And I feel personally very proud of that. So that's where I get a lot of my value in how to fight back against the absurdity of the name. I need to get me some coral, fucking absolutely. Since these streams are currently on the obscure side, I'll mention my full name just this once. Christian Matthew Cate. I was blessed with a name as epic as my hair. I'll be honest, like, Kate's where you lose me, but Christian Matthew, something about those two work together. Probably because they're both biblical names, but they work very well. And if you pronounce it Christian Matthew Cate, like you put some emphasis on the bite of that last part of the name, like that can actually sound like a pretty imposing name. I'm not gonna lie. Could be worse. You could have changed your name to Trash Boat. Oh, since I know you haven't seen it, I'll state for the record that's a reference to the regular show episode. Okay, yeah. I don't know what that is, but so I work in a field where I see a lot of names. And in my field, I see a lot of names from people who come from troubled backgrounds, troubled households, and who they themselves quite often are troubled individuals. I have seen some wild names, and I won't, some of them I could tell you, but like I can't give anything that's like super descriptive about how it's broken up, what's the first and what's the last, am I including a middle name here, what's going on, so understand that if I tell you a name that I have seen, I am working it in such a way that I doubt you'll be able to find who it is simply by searching for them. My favorite one that I've seen was someone whose actual name was Ooga Booga. Another one was I won't give that one because that one's gonna be too. The amount of people who are named after monetary means of existence. You know, cash involved in the name somewhere. People getting basically stripper names, Diamond, Ruby. The amount of people who have these names is very, as I read it and I'm just seeing a flood of these kind of names. You see it once or twice and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. That's a unique name. When you see the same name like 12 times in a span of looking at maybe 50 names, you're just like, oh man, there is a cultural problem here that we are that obsessed with the money game. Apparently there is one guy called Dick Ryder. There is also a man by the name of Batman Bin Superman, who unfortunately, from what I understand, has found his way into jail. Because goddamn if that isn't the greatest name set up to be like the goated hero man you could have been. Alright, let's go into the last one for the arena for what we can do here. Red. G6 Red. Is this someone that we've actually heard about before? I feel like the names come up in the story. Yeah, Gun 6 Red, of the Red Guns. Oh, okay, G6 Red is the unit, Hermit's the actual pilot. So I'm not sure if this is the one we've heard or not. Gun 6 Red might be the unit that we've heard about. Gun 6 of the Red... Okay, so Red Gun is the unit. So this is Gun 6. We have heard of this guy. The Balam Group's AC Squad. And we've heard about the Balam Group. We've worked for them a couple of times now. As a young boy, Red's life was forever changed when he saw the news broadcasts of Commander Michigan's brutal triumph in the Jupiter War. I talked about it, man. Commander Michigan. I don't so much like him as the person for his involvement with us directly. Now, obviously, he's worked with our handler fairly well, but the people under him I like. Red trained, and the reason I'm taking note of that is I don't know if this Armored Core is going to make use of it, but in past games, the missions you take can actually set you down story paths, and there are multiple endings you can get, and in fact, some of them require you to play through multiple times. From what I understand, to get all of what Armored Core 6 offers, you're going to need to play it at least 3 times in the New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus as well. But that's just, at least from what I understand, reading things online. But I make note of that because I'm trying to decide if they start navigating me down making choices on who to work for. Like, I'm thinking I might work for Commander Michigan, because at least there I have a bond with the guys I'm working with where I could be like, yo, but the boss is shit. And ain't nobody gonna say, and if you're working in a line where your life is constantly online, ain't nobody gonna stop you from complaining about the big man. Unless the big man's there. So yeah, if I'm sitting there and I was like, yo, but Commander Michigan, kind of a piece of shit. But at least we're sitting around a bonfire, you know, drinking our beer, which I literally can't do it because in the lore, I'm barely alive, practically kept functioning by my mech. So, that's... But I can sit there and still bullshit about the issues of the job. Red train through blood, sweat, and tears in order to emulate his idol. Supporting his impoverished sibling, all the while. Dude, so, like, Hermit's actually a decent bro. When the Balam admission... Why am I having, like, a stroke or something? When the examination finally came, he won his place in the Red Guns at the very moment he stood to attend to the Great Squad. Oh, he stood to attention to greet the squad. Okay, so like they were just like, yo, this guy actually knows what he's doing as far as like military roles go. And they were just like, yo, we like this guy, let's get him in, let's get him trained, let's make him a thing. That reminds me of Richard Banger from the movie What Happens in Vegas, which is also, again, Dick Banger.
Number 27, rank F. Final evaluation.
Yo, I like it though. He's rocking the rocket launcher and the pistol. Those were the 2 guns that I was like, you know, if I was doing an all firearms build, I'm kind of digging. I also like his paint job. Like that's united up. I like that.
Main system activating combat mode.
Whoop, there we go. Alright, getting too close there. Oh, that was way off. That rocket could not have been launched any worse if I tried. back out of that. Now, I know he doesn't have a sword, actually. Hold on. I can abuse the hell out of that knowledge. Oh, man. Oh, nope, nope. He's punishing me for it.
AP at 50%.
There we go. That was kind of rough. I had it in my head that I wanted to be very sword forward with that fight, and he definitely knew how to punish me for it. But unfortunately, wasn't quite enough to take me out. Literally, let me guess. This is actually a quote from a movie. From the movie. Your name is Dick Banger. You, sir, have just provided us with jokes for the whole weekend. I still can't believe they got away with. I kind of can. It really depends on when in the day they manage to squeeze that one in. On an unrelated note, I recently found out that you use 2 fingers to flick someone off in the UK, which somehow feels way dirtier than the way we do it. So, the one that I know that is to really emphasize the singular finger that we use in America is followed by the statement, sit and swivel. However, I know the one you're talking about, and it kind of looks like, think about like the chef or the Italian like hand gesture that you stereotype with when you're making a very, very bad Italian accent. Okay, now pull the thumb back and just have the fingers, separate just a little bit. It's something like that. And when you're talking about like the classic adage
You have surpassed rank F.
of the
We're
2
glad to
finger
oversee your development
functions.
as a mercenary. All Mind exists for all mercenaries.
Anyways, yeah, when you're talking about them 2 finger functions there, I can see where you could see it as a little bit dirtier, although I'm not sure I would see it as particularly more offensive. But, I'm coming at it from a Western perspective, not a European perspective. I say Western like Europe doesn't count. Alright, let's see what else we got going on here. Any new parts? Doesn't appear so. And I think we have finished. Yeah, we finished all that we could here in the arena. So let's get back into that other mission. Now, we're infiltrating Balls Arsenal number 2. And I'm never going to not call it Balls because it's 1 letter away from being that hilarious energy drink. I suspect this is going to be another somewhat boss fight mission. Or something akin to that going on.
Got a job for you, 621. The client is the Rubicon Liberation Front. Here's the briefing.
The loss of the wall dealt us a heavy blow. Yet,
Okay.
we believe you are more than a corporate pawn. Perhaps we can even work together. I want you to investigate Baus Arsenal number 2, a major MT factory in the Bellius region. The Baus Corporation sells to anyone, but they've been essential to maintaining our firepower. Now, their second arsenal has gone silent overnight.
So something has happened here, and my entire goal is to figure it out.
Check-in would do. But, well, after the Strider, more cautious voices have gained influence. This isn't our finest moment, but would appreciate your help.
Alright, let me see here. That's the one I found out because Fiona does it in the recent Fiona and Cake cartoon. I found that clip on Twitter, and there were some Brits in the replies. I then proceeded to look it up. Nah, we use both 1 and 2 fingers. Most of the time, 1 is used for just having a mess with your friends. So yeah, that's the one where it's like, hey, yo, fuck you. But no, seriously, man, get over here. We're buying a round. I literally had to shout that into my microphone. I am sorry, guys. I couldn't call out to an imaginary person and not make it loud. But in pictures, and if you mean when flipping someone off, 2 is more common. I didn't know you were British, Dem. Interesting. Yes, he is, I think he's out in, is it Wales? Because I think you're out, I think we talked about this before, you're out in the same neck of the woods, arbitrary meaning, but, as, Dodge Dusk, who is a streamer, and I would loosely reference as a streaming companion. Obviously, he does more with Twitch people, but I would loosely reference that to myself. He is also the person that if you saw on my channel, I did a video while I was sick that I put out, in which I got him to at least verbally join in on the Church of the Swole, which was hilarious. Alright, so we've got this loaded out. We don't know what we're going to be dealing with. So, and for $180,000, I feel like we're going to be dealing with some heavy shit.
Some advice before you go, 621. Expect the unexpected.
So, one thing that I do also kind of, I don't know if I'm missing something about it, but in Armored Core games of past, your mercenary status, like the term for being a mercenary, much like in Cowboy Bebop, being a bounty hunter made you a cowboy. Being a mercenary in Armored Core made you a raven. And in this one, they kept the raven name, but instead of it being the arbitrary term that everyone is, now it's your call sign as like the AC mercenary pilot. Yeah, I'm from the English side of the Welsh border, Hereford, but currently live on the Welsh coast. Is this because of university? Oh boy, I'm going to try to pronounce that one. Dem, let me know how close I am. So we have Hereford or Hereford. I'm not sure which it would go with. And then we have Aberystwyth. I think that's the closest I'm going to get. Oh. Boy, man. My Western, my American, I can't say Western. Again, I am having the American approach where I'm like, nothing matters but America. Fuck everyone else. No, my American brain reading that thing is just like, yo, these syllables shouldn't be doing a thing together.
It's too quiet.
I'm expecting those doors to open up or something. He's right, it's too quiet, and it is gonna be... Oh fuck, we got a boss fight over here. This whole thing is just a boss fight, isn't it? They sent in a big motherfucker and wrecked this area. And it's gonna be right here. Oh! Oh shit!
621. Watch its shots and see where they're coming from.
No, I see where they're coming from. Oh man.
Of course. MDD. Stick to it like glue. You'll lose it if it gets too far.
2 repair kits remaining.
Okay, but how many of these guys are there?
MDD. Coded comms. Was that mech behind what happened here?
I don't think it was just the one.
Continue the investigation.
Alright, I understand, but I'm gonna restart because I got fucked up real fast. Now that I know that we're dealing with like optic camouflage and I have a more of an idea of how I can dodge that shot.
Checking the perimeter, and I'm picking up
I think I'm going to be able to make a better run in.
It's too quiet.
One big change up I want to do is how I approach this wall.
Watch out, 621.
Ah, didn't have the elevation in time. There we go. Got it there, though.
621. Watch its shots and see where they're coming from. Of course.
There we go. Managed to get it there and take much less damage.
Encoded comms. Was that mech behind what happened here? 621. Continue the investigation.
We got a block wall over there. At least that's what it looked like. Oh, I bet it was a block wall because story at the time was still happening. No, we got some shit coming in.
It's got you in its sights. Another one of those stealth mechs. Don't let it outpace you, 621.
There we go. Actually got that one out pretty well.
621. I think there's more than one this time. Use your
Okay, but
scanner.
where are they?
Mark your targets to undermine their tricks.
Yo, that's genius. I didn't even think to do that. Oh, boy! I was able to hear that guy coming, though. Alright, he's down.
Unidentified machine down. Keep going.
That weapon's no joke. That was kind of cool, though. Oh, God. We've been talking about it before, but now we're bringing in literal tase whips into this game. So, that's a thing. We were talking about mechs having their procreation moments earlier. How's that one doing it for you? Oh, it is going to be... I'm not even walking in until I know that this immediate direction is somewhat safe.
See, I told you to expect
Oh,
the
shoot.
unexpected.
There we go. Where'd he go? No, he is still here. No, we aren't done. I know we aren't done. There we go. Alright, let's hide out here, because we know that their sniper is off in that way somewhere. Tase whip. Big kinky. That's exactly where I was going with that earlier. Alright, here we go. Should be able to... There he is. I was going to say, he should be within our scanner's range now. Oh, no, he got me with that.
Confirmed. Unidentified mechs destroyed. Keep going, 621.
2 repair kits remaining.
This is a very interesting mission. I'm not here, Ford. It's the other way you pronounce. Oh, Hereford. It's not Hereford, so it's like Hereford. Something closer to that. Or like Hereford. Was actually pretty close to the Welsh pronunciation. English say Aberystwyth. So, alright, so I actually feel like I didn't screw those up nearly as bad as I could have. Awesome. Although, again, still looking at that and trying to read what's going on, kinda rough in the head. Rough in the head for me, I mean. No, Welsh people are all rough in the head.
Coral response. 621. Get down and take a closer look.
Oh, that's some shit. Oh, there's some shit going on here.
No doubt about it. It's water. It contains faint traces of coral. Must have been an underground vein. Baus was hiding a well all this time.
No, we've got a fight coming in here.
621, above you.
Can I have my lock on, please? Thank you.
3 of them. No, 4. You're outnumbered. Pick them off one by one, 621.
Holy cow, that hurts. Alright, where's the other one over here?
Unidentified mech down.
Alright. We know where one is over here. Aw, damn it. Where is he? He was over here, wasn't he? Okay, but like, where over here are you?
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
No, that came from like right here in the middle of the sky. And yeah, it ain't here. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit. They don't exist.
AP at 50%.
What the fuck, game?
Another dealt with.
All right,
Stay focused, 621.
saw that. All right, one left. I felt like I was right on top of
Remaining. Finish them off.
one of them earlier, and then it just did not give me the update. All right. That might have hurt, but at least I got him. Is that the last one? Because that was a pain in the ass to find these guys. Of course not. I'm hurting.
Seems that's the last of them. This wasn't a simple check-in after all. Head back and rest up, 621.
Maybe my scan just doesn't go as far as like it actually looks like the field goes. Because it felt like I was right on top of a couple of them when they were blasting me, and I thought like I was well within the scan range. And I suppose it's possible that it just doesn't go as far as it maybe looks like it does. Again, if I were to spend the time to really fine-tune things, I would be able to look at and train, go to the training rooms and check what numbers actually correlate to what for a range concept.
617 and the rest?
Their jobs. They did what it took to get us here.
Huh. So how's the newcomer doing?
So we got a lady handler now.
Adequately. But Gen 4 augmentation can be unstable. We need to choose our battles.
I am not unstable!
Your end.
I found
Wait.
the data our friends left behind. There's something promising in the watch point.
Slam my hand down on my sofa, scream at him. Alright. Look, I may be unstable, but I'm effective.
One new message.
I see your back, 621. About the coral well that was found at Baus Arsenal number 2. That was just a drip coming from an underground vein, and it won't last long. It's not the coral we're searching for.
You're just a drip coming from an
One more thing.
underground vein.
I've sent you your next job. This one isn't from the Corps or the Liberation Front. You'll see when you check the briefing.
Alright, well let's take a look at what you're talking about. Eliminate the eliminate a squad at the watch point and destroy the device in the control center. This is gonna be fight a squad and then fight a big boss badass. That's what I'm feeling out of that. Like, it's not gonna just be go to an area and mission objective complete. I'm not buying that. We have a new laser blade. More power, but one single shot. It's heavier. It looks like it's still possibly under our max limit. It's not quite double the damage, but its impact is massive. So, if I feel like I can't manage to get that second swing, this is a way to still cause some real slap damage. It's interesting. Might be something to try. But I'm going to hold off on my money for a little bit. The one thing I am going to buy, because I think it might come into play if this is a boss fight, is I'm going to pick up both of these new legs. I'm going to buy one new leg. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to replay a mission. You can see the ranks I've gotten on a couple of these. The one we just did is actually pretty short once you you know where everyone's at. So I think that's the one I'll redo.
Go, 621. Expect the unexpected.
So I don't know the Fiona and Cake cartoon, but I assume that's what you're referencing as to where the internet took the two fingers up thing to mean
I'm picking up nothing.
various meanings, including of the lewd variety.
It's too quiet.
Because the internet will take any and all opportunities to make something lewd.
Watch out, 621. Watch its shots and see where they're coming from.
Uh-oh.
Stick to it like glue. You'll lose it if it gets too far.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it bullshit that it actually made that distance, though. That thing did not travel that far that fast. So that's how they're kind of doing that bullshit in the room.
Comes.
It really wasn't. I might have been right on top of them, but they literally seem to have like a teleportation bullshit.
Investigation. It's got you in its sights. Another one of those stealth mechs. Don't let it outpace you, 621. 621. I think there's more than one this time. Use your scanner. Mark your targets to undermine their tricks.
Yeah, I took a little bit of shot from that.
Unidentified machine down.
If I do better in this next section, though, I will hopefully make up for the loss there.
See, I told you to expect the unexpected.
Well, him not doing better, that's for sure. Doesn't seem like I took it out. Yeah, there it is.
Confirmed. Unidentified mechs destroyed. Keep going, 621.
I thought there was another one. Did I really get them all? Alright, well, that wasn't great, but I'm hoping I can still make up the difference. So yeah, my whole reason for doing this one again is I'm trying to make some extra cash. I want to have both leg types in the bank if I need them. And had I realized that I didn't have the money, it looked like I did in my poorly done quick math.
The cool response. 621. Get down and take a closer look.
Then I would have just bought the tank legs first, because I think if I'm going to need anything, that's what I'm going to go for. Because really, my mobility isn't the end of the world for me.
Must have been an underground vein. Mouse was hiding a well all this time. Above you.
Yeah, and then I scanned, and then it didn't show up. Like, it was literally right there.
Three of them. No. Four. You're outnumbered. Pick them off one by one, 621.
One repair kit remaining.
Oh man, no, I can still get him. I can get him.
Easy to break. Prioritize the others.
Oh wow, like fighting him first really did seem like it was easier the first time though.
No repair kits remaining.
Yeah, I know there's none left. I don't care. I'm doing it this way. My brain wants it done this way. I'm gonna figure it out.
One unidentified mech down.
Where are you?
Okay, he's down.
One remaining. Finish them off.
Hell yeah.
Seems
With
that's the
no
last
health,
one.
I still managed to do it, and I did it the way I wanted to, even though it was not the smart way.
Head back and rest up, 621.
Is there a comment below the previous one you read? I feel like YouTube... Yeah, I think it's censoring you again. What we have is the aforementioned clip comment. So if you need to get creative, break the words up. You can even use like special characters or something. I'm fairly apt at reading between the lines on comments like that if it's really putting down the boot on you. And I will use my own discretion. And again, as I've said, we are not above giving YouTube the old middle finger. There we go. Give me them tanks. Give me them treads. And now we had enough money to get that, so we can load into this mission and see how it goes.
This is a rather personal request from a friend of mine. It concerns a certain facility, a watch point. Once, it regulated the underground flow of coral. Now it serves to monitor the dormant veins. I want you to attack it. Your objective will be to destroy the sensor valve at its core. The watch point is kept secure by SG, the planetside PCA force, which means it's too hot for the corporations to be seen there. In other words, we're flying strictly solo on this one.
I mean, we've flown solo on a lot of these, but it sounds like, much like the wall, this is going to be a big deal. However, we have no one to help us like we did with the wall. That's really the big distinction
You'll be going
there.
in under cover of darkness. Be ready for anything.
I really have no excuse for how bad that last redo of the mission went. The only complaint I have is when it looked like it landed in one area, so I dropped a scan, and then it just wasn't there. I'm fairly certain those guys do some like weird teleporty shit, because something seems weird about where they are and how fast they move.
Don't worry, not even the PCA would anticipate a solo independent mercenary.
I heard PTA, I wasn't reading the subtitles, and I thought the Parent-Teacher Association has been weaponized. Oh, which would have been hilarious.
Main system activated.
I mean, it has been, but not in this way.
Leave no evidence. If anyone sees you, handle it.
Code 1-5. Intruder sighted. It's just one AC.
Whoa, boy!
We can look
Hold
into it
up.
later.
You guys got some of those heavy long-range things that I don't like because I don't get long-range options. Dealing with your guys' ranged bullshit annoys me.
Code 7-8. Requesting backup.
Oh, shit! Oh,
HQ.
okay, that's not too bad.
The cavalry isn't coming. Wipe them out, 621.
Woo!
One
Woo!
repair kit remaining.
What? No, I want access. Looks like the PCA inspectors are on the move. Make sure the 4 know. As for the other corps, well, Militant and Takagawa don't seem too ambitious. All they care about is selling their product. Well, they're companies. That's kind of what they should be about. Forlong, though, they're pretending to be neutral. But you know those crafty foxes would never make a move out in the open. Knowing that I can come down here is actually kind of huge. Holy shit. These guys are way too equipped at fucking my shit up. There's another one out here somewhere. Is it up here? Oh shit, that long range cannon.
AP at
That is
50%.
abusive. Aha.
Confirmed. Enemy squad destroyed. Move on to the next area.
Man, that was rough. Those long range cannons, man, they mess my shit up. And they're a lot harder for me to time a dodge for than the AC
Where did the
cannon
AC come
equivalent.
from? What happened to the patrol squad?
Code 1-8. All units deploy for combat.
You're exposed to snipers from all quarters. Keep moving or they'll shoot you down.
No repair kits remaining.
I literally say how I don't like these snipers, and the game's just like, okay, but what if you had nothing but snipers to worry about?
AP at 50%.
Code 3-1-C. We've taken critical damage.
AP at 30%.
Holy shit, if I don't have a repair right up here, then this mission is a wash. Where is the objective? He said to like not stay here, but like I didn't see an objective. Although I see that and I know not to take shit where I don't need to right now.
Your marker data. Proceed in the direction indicated.
It was up here. I was going the right way and everything, game.
You see that? That's the Watchpoint's control center. The target's inside. Make your way in.
No fucking way I was supposed to be, like... Alright. You know they've got, like, snipers and whatnot over here.
Attacking a watch point. You're incorrigible, Handler Walter.
Oh, he looks cool,
Dogs
though.
must I kill before you learn?
Is that Sula?
Pitiful.
Alright, let me read this, and I'm gonna restart the mission.
Main system activating combat mode.
Pause, 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 pause. There we go. Fiona also takes her pants off and shows her panties in that same clip. I feel like the writers were... Yeah, sometimes the show authors will intentionally do things to elicit certain fan responses. That's absolutely a thing that happens.
Handle it.
Code 1-5. Intruder sighted. It's just 1AC. Who are they with? We can look into that later. Engaging.
Jesus Christ, how are these cannons like that fucking accurate at this distance?
Code 7-8. Requesting backup.
Oh shit, I managed to dodge that one.
I can't get through to HQ.
Cavalry isn't coming. Wipe them out, 621.
Alright, I don't think I managed to make any of those connect.
AP at
Jesus
50%.
Christ, I hate those things.
2 repair kits remaining.
You have to, like, charge and shit, right? Apparently the answer is no. These motherfuckers can actually just rapid fire that shit. Is that it?
Enemy squad destroyed. Move on to the next area.
Alright, so what we know from here is there is sort of a thing to be
Where
done.
did that AC come from? What happened to the patrol squad?
Code 1-8. All units deploy for combat.
You're exposed to snipers from all quarters. Keep moving or they'll shoot you down.
AP at 50%.
Code 3-1C. We've taken critical damage.
Alright, now we just got the big cannon up here.
1 repair kit remaining.
There we go.
Updating your marker data. Proceed in the direction.
Now we've got
indicated.
1 heal in the pocket, plus about 8,000 health.
You see that? That's the Watchpoint's control center.
After you beat this mission, you should celebrate by smashing a DMV, followed by an MTV billboard. No, I'm gonna knock an MTV satellite out of orbit.
The target's inside. Make your way in.
I do love how even in the lighting, like look at this, you can still see those little mud flap lady prints on the ankles. Like, if you know to look for them, they do pop out.
Attacking a watch point. You're incorrigible, Handler Walter. How many of your dogs must I kill before
So there's a
you
lot of
learn?
custom work you can do in this, and I thought about actually making Megas.
Is that Sua?
Pitiful dog. I feel sorry for you.
Oh
Really
boy!
do. You may
Oh,
have
hold
survived
up.
a little longer. If only you had a different master.
C1249. Sua. He's an independent mercenary who survived first-gen augmentation. Don't think twice, 621. Kill him before he kills you.
Celestial ammunition at 50%. No repair kits remaining.
Where's 619 and 620? Dead?
Holy shit, he can kick
Did I
me!
kill, I wonder?
Don't let him bait you. Focus.
AP at 50%.
Jesus Christ, man, this guy's outfit is wild.
Right AP at 30%.
What if Gen 4's
And he
like?
can heal as well.
I
Holy
hear you
cow.
make fine hounds with the right training.
Alright, yep. Oh, there's a checkpoint? Alright, let's try the checkpoint out. Let's see where it puts us.
Do you see that? That's the Watchpoint's
Alright,
control center.
well, that kind of cheapens
Target's
it.
inside. Make your way in.
But I'll make use.
Is that Sua?
Pitiful dog. I feel sorry for you.
Alright, I really need to get, like, on top of him. That seems to be where I was doing the best for my loadout.
C1249. Sua. He's an independent mercenary who survived first-gen augmentation.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, no. Alright, do not, under any circumstance, get close with my sword unless I know they're both gonna hit and I can back out.
Make your
Because
way
I am left wide as hell open. I am spreading my own ass cheeks and just asking for it.
in. Is that
How the fuck does he just land those shots so perfectly? Those cannon fires, man.
We're 619.
Damn it, I'm pushing all the wrong buttons right now. I'm like getting flustered.
Ones that I kill, I wonder.
Don't let him bait you. Focus.
2 repair kits remaining.
Gen 4's lot. I hear you make fine hounds with the right training. Shame you'll have to die here.
1 repair kit remaining.
Jesus, man. I was even like in the middle of starting the dodge animation, and that cannon work he just doesn't fucking care.
AP at 50%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. Left shoulder ammunition.
Holy shit, that was what?
Wait. From the watch point.
Confirmed. Enemy AC destroyed. Forget about him.
I got excited and the game wasn't done. He wasn't the boss.
Back to work.
No fucking way.
Infiltrate the control center and destroy the target.
All that, he fucked me up something fierce. Holy shit. And the game's just like, yo, he wasn't done. You thought you were gonna take a break? Fuck you. Once the stream ends, I'm gonna be playing some. Oh man, are you hold up, pausing. Are you playing like the recent redo they did of Monster Rancher 1 and 2? I've been wanting to get that game, and it looks like a lot of fun. Now I know it's just a moderately like updated port of like the old Monster Rancher games, but like I love those games. They're actually a lot of fun. Speaking of, I got the Switch port for one. I need to finish reading comments before I go off on rants. I got the Switch port of 1 and 2 recently. I'm kind of hooked. Such a simple but beautiful gameplay loop. Exactly. They actually had those games, some equivalencies to, on like the Game Boy Advance and things, and no joke, they're fun. Oh! No. There we go. I almost had a very sad moment. Hey, you know that fight you barely won? Restart from checkpoint. Alright. Alright, hold on. I don't think there's any here, but I'm going to look anyways. Alright, I thought maybe they might have some like hidden parts on the other side, like something fairly simple.
Destroy the device in the center.
Oh, okay, from here? I mean, it's technically destroyed, and that was a pretty boom. But there's no way that's the end of it.
We're done here. Head back to base.
I'm not sure I believe you. They resupplied me to fight a stationary object?
Wait, no.
Bullshit.
621, get out of there.
Sorry, I had to move the microphone there. This is gonna be a rough one. I might have to reposition how I'm sitting here and facing this.
An older type of augmented human, 4th generation. Have we made contact?
With what? What are you?
I am Air, a Rubiconian. Please, you must wake up.
So Ayer is some sort of entity that existed here before we came here to take the coral.
In the coral flow.
That's some shit. That was some cool shit. Like, it was super subtle as far as, like, the visuals go, but... Oh, I'm excited for what the hell that was.
Augmented human C4621. Vital signs confirmed. Disabling autopilot. Establishing comms link with him.
Raven. I've identified an approaching enemy.
Yo, I have a Cortana in me. That's what happened. Ayer is in my head.
Synchronize with your brainwaves. And maintain contact to support you.
This motherfucker looks like a Zaku or like a goof inside of this thing.
Main system reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven.
Yeah, but I don't have any boost.
I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
So that's what happened. I got wicked high and acquired an AI companion.
Repair kits remaining.
Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
Holy shit, man. Those really home back in on you. I thought dodging them in the first wave meant you could avoid it. Apparently that is not the case.
The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven. The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
Get close? No, that was clearly not the answer. Getting close was the problem. And then it stunned me to the point where I couldn't even heal. As soon as I got stunned, I was done.
In combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
AP at 50%.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
Oh man, that really hurts.
AP at 50%. AP at 50%.
The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven.
No
The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
AP at 50%.
can't take much more.
Neither can I.
Left shoulder.
Oh man, that was close. All right, I think I'm getting into a little bit of a flow here.
Mains.
All right, gotta recompose myself after that one though. That's when I'll have to look into getting. Never played the original Monster Rancher myself. Me neither, Richie. I know the original. Yeah, so I believe the one that I was familiar with was on the PlayStation. And the original had a feature. You put a random CD into the console to unlock certain monsters. Sadly, that didn't translate well to later consoles. Unfortunately, but I think I saw something about being able to input information about a CD and get your monsters that way. That said, when this was around, if you burned your own CDs, it still worked as well. So you could actually, like, manufacture your own monster system, so to speak. I'm curious as to what would happen if we had the chance to put my Nate Wants to Battle CD in a PS2 to unlock a Monster Rancher monster. There's a lot of modern CDs that would be really cool to put that into and see. But yeah, the entire thing about Monster Rancher as a concept show was that they had like these magical discs that you summoned your monsters from. And the way they made use of that in the video games was to say, oh man, your magical disc is these freaking awesome little things that look like absolute hot garbage, but you put them in this into this CD player, and all of a sudden, man, big music. Oh, no.
System. Reactivating combat mode.
Man!
Enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft. Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
Alright, that pulse armor's gonna go soon, though.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms-link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
AP at 50%.
Oh man, that hurt.
Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
50%.
The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
I am trying, but it locked me in. Now I'm restarting. That was hot garbage. I really need to figure out like how to tell when it, like, what's the point of its health where it really starts
I've looked into the
popping off with that.
It's an autonomous PCA craft. Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
2 repair kits remaining.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms-link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this. The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
1 repair kit remaining. AP
Oh man. Alright, yeah, no, restart again. As soon as I'm really feeling like this mission is not going my well, I am just gonna restart because this one is no joke.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
AP at 50%.
This thing is way too adept at breaking my,
A massive heat. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven.
getting my stagger off.
I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this. The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven.
AP at 50%. AP at 50%.
Alright. Yeah, apparently I can't attack out of that flight, even though it really feels like I could earlier.
System, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft.
Wow, I think I took every single hit at that beginning.
Main system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft.
There we go.
Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
Yeah, no, there is no evasive action from that. Like, what the fuck happened to my
Main
boost?
system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
2 repair kits remaining.
I have boost, but it's like I'm not able to use it.
AP at 50%.
Alright, yeah. Now, like, I'm looking at my boost bar, and it's full, and it's like, why can't I do my quick
Reactivating
boosts?
combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft.
Alright. And now I'm eating through it so fast. I'm getting flustered, and I'm not even able to,
System, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms link off.
I'm really feeling like I need to change my loadout. But I'm
System, reactivating
putting more in on this. but it really feels like the rocket is just not doing the consistent
You'll
hits
have
that it
break
needs
its
to.
pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
And his, man, that big cannon shot, for some reason, I just can't dodge it to save my ass.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comm sync offline for now. That massive dose of coral will hurt you. Please, you have to focus on winning this. The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven.
Yeah, except I've taken more. No, I'm quitting mission and I am changing my loadout. This is not working. This loadout is proven to be hot garbage, and I think I have an idea of a change up I want to do. I'm just gonna move my microphone again. God damn it. Alright, let's sell over on this side. I didn't like the burst rifle at all, so I'm going to take the shotgun instead, because it seems like I don't have trouble getting in his face. And as stupid as it seems, maybe being in his face is safer than being at the range. Because being at the convergent point for the rockets is the worst place to be. But when they come back in from an outside swoop, they're a little bit easier to dodge. Unfortunately,
Under cover of darkness.
I'm going to have a hell of a time getting into this.
Main system activating combat mode.
Oh, fuck, that's right, this is a thing. Calling occupants of interplanetary craft. Most expert, man, I do not know which song that is. And, like, I have a lot of Nate Wants to Battle CDs and music. I don't know that song off the top of my head.
Leave no evidence.
Let me know which one that is.
Handle it.
Stop with the boost! Jesus Christ, I try to pull back and he dodges like left and right.
We can look into that later. Engaging.
Weren't they up here? Where did he go if not up here? I swear to God, if I scan again and he's right up there and he just didn't show up, I'm gonna be pissed. Wasn't he up here? Was he like over here more? No, there was one over there and he's just not there anymore.
Code 7-8, requesting backup.
I can't get through to HQ.
Cavalry isn't coming. Wipe them out, 621.
Alright. Whoa. Nope. Ah, God damn it, I thought I was behind the part of the building here.
2 repair kits remaining.
I forgot to grab this. Let me grab that. Oh, I see. You're using... I thought the music notes were implying that the whole comment was a song, not that one individual section. So, bless my mom and her love of Karen Carpenter, who is the singer of this song. Wouldn't know that song if not for her. It's not something I'd play out loud in public because that's some dinosaur music. Yeah, I don't even think I know the name Karen Carpenter. I'd be embarrassed if I were you just now. I'm sorry? For what? What did I do or say that I should be embarrassed about? Not knowing Karen Carpenter? Or thinking that that was a Nate Wants to Battle song that I didn't know? Or backing out and conceding that I had to get a different loadout? Not reading the entire comment. Yeah, when I was reading through it, I saw the music notes and I thought that was saying the whole thing. And so I actually read ahead myself, because I read part of it and then I was reading ahead in my head, and I thought that bless my mom and her, I thought those were lyrics because I read it so fast it didn't comprehend in my brain that the music notes are technically a quotation mark of sorts. Oh man, and it wouldn't be the first time that a song references something that I'm fairly certain doesn't actually exist. There's an old one that I think my grandmother listened to called, like, Alice's Restaurant or something like that. And to the best of my knowledge, there is no actual Alice's Restaurant. It's just the song. Now, if anything, I'd feel more embarrassed about referencing a song like that I assume is old enough to be something my grandmother was listening to, given the fact that she would play it like every Thanksgiving, and I don't know why.
Where did that AC come from?
So just because a song references something doesn't necessarily mean that they were ever even a thing.
You're exposed to snipers from all quarters.
Alright, hug the wall, get some protection. Worst thing about this is I have to go through that middle boss fight again. Alright, there that one goes. There we go.
Updating your marker data. Proceed in the direction indicated.
Yeah, I didn't mean to imply that I didn't read it. It's just that as I read it, the back half was garbled nonsense that didn't fit in my brain in the way that I think you were intending to deliver it. And it's not with the way you delivered it. I just my brain didn't put two and two together. Man, I'm so hungry right now. Dem, I feel you on that. I had an egg on toast earlier, and I've eaten nothing else all day. I've been trying to wait until 11 when my friend gets here, as I'm making them some food after work. Yeah, it's from the 70s. That's why the song is about... It's about aliens? Holy shit, hold on. Okay. There are independent musicians as of recently that have been writing a lot of spacey songs, but they're all just more about this feel of adventure or the concept therein. It's not really about aliens. And so the idea of, again, my brain reading calling occupants of interplanetary craft, for whatever reason that just registered with Jonathan Young, and I think NSP did one recently that my brain wants to correlate that kind of line reading to. So like my brain doesn't say like aliens when I read that. It just says space travel. It was a product of its time. The history behind that song is actually way more interesting than the song itself. Very similarly to like the reading of, have you heard about this? The reading of the War of the Worlds on the radio, where people were hearing a fake broadcast that was more of a gimmick thing, and they thought it was real. Apparently, like, that caused a lot of panic and even like resulted in people dying. 8:10 right now, so 3 more hours. It is 3 o'clock right now, and if this stream goes a whole lot much longer before I beat this guy, I might have to call it without having bested him.
The target's inside. Make your way in.
You have heard about that? It's a fairly well-known one, but it's wild to think about. That, like, it caused that much havoc.
Is that Sua?
Pitiful dog.
Oh!
I feel sorry for you. I really do. You may have survived a little longer. If only you had a different master.
C-1249. Sua. He's an independent mercenary who survived first-gen augmentation. Don't think twice, 621. Kill him before he kills you.
We're 619 and 620. Dead? Which ones did I kill, I wonder?
Don't let him bait you. Focus.
One of Gen 4's lot. I hear you make fine hounds with the right training. Shame you'll have to die here.
Left shoulder ammunition at 30%. AP at 50%.
Oh man, I do have a heal. There we go.
Remaining.
No, I got him. Shotgun in the face did no damage? What the hell caused that? There we go. That one got him, though.
Stay away.
I think he was actually too close, and like when I pulled my shotgun out to shoot him, I like shot around his body.
Forget about him, 621. You did good today. Back to work.
Actually, somehow, that fight went better than last time. Although I am a lot more roughed up, but I didn't have to use the respawn point. So right now, we're only going to be making use of one checkpoint, because I suspect I'm going to need to use it a lot. But I think the shotgun might work a little bit better. I remember The Simpsons did a Treehouse of Horror segment parodying. Alright. Treehouse of Horror segment parodying the War of the Worlds thing. But after it came out, it was a radio broadcast. Aliens actually did show up. That also sounds like something that would be redone as a spoof bit in Futurama. I feel like they might have, but I can't say for certain.
Device in the center.
Oh, was that not enough damage? I mean, I tried to get away, but the cutscene didn't care.
We're done here. Head back to base. Wait, no. 621, get out of there.
Main
All right.
system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an an autonomous PCA craft, Balteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comslink offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on wellness.
2 repair kits remaining.
The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven.
UP at 50%.
The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
UP at 50%.
Man, I was trying to hover over it, and I couldn't get the upward momentum needed.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Oh boy.
At 30%.
Yeah, I am not long for this world right now. Man, and then he broke me right after.
Left shoulder ammunition at 30%.
When I get into that second half for whatever reason, after I take that first flaming sword to the face, because I seem to do that every time, I actually seem to be not too bad at, like, actually dodging the abuse.
It's an autonomous PCA craft, Balteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comslink offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on wellness.
2 repair kits remaining.
The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven.
Whew, boy. This is rough.
UP at 50%.
The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
1 repair kit remaining.
Man. Yeah, I can't not take, like, all that damage right up front. brought his armor back right as I was about to sword slash him. Man, that actually felt like it was going fairly well for a little bit there. I think I can get this. It's gonna take me a few more tries though. There's a section on Wikipedia about about the. No, stop it. About the War of the Worlds thing. From what I remember, the song Calling All Occupants was primarily designed as something to actually send a potential alien life collaboration with. Yo! That's kind of cool, though.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PC.
Okay, no, okay, yeah. I took too long and, like, I don't know, put like a delay at the start there and I couldn't get my camera on point.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms.
Yeah, why is my camera, like, not locking on? Kind of need that for my my sword part of my setup.
2 repair kits remaining.
Yeah, no, I got bunkered hard once that the lock-on failed.
Main system reactivating.
And then that was the wrong opening button. Whoops.
Main system.
The start of this really seems to be pretty important.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
Man.
AP at 50%.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of core nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
2 repair kits remaining. 1 repair kit remaining.
The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven. Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
AP at 50%.
Oh shit.
AP at 30%.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I'm on 1 health kit already. I really need to figure out how to enter that second phase with 2.
I've looked into the enemy craft.
And I really need to not take that rocket to the face every single time the guy fires it.
Combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft.
I don't know how I can take so many heavy loads to the face.
You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
Yes, that was on purpose.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of core nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this. The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven. Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
2 repair kits remaining.
Wow.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
1 repair kit. No repair kits
Okay,
remaining.
okay, but can I like not stand still while I'm healing? Because it doesn't seem like I had to before. Or at least not like not have my little glidey things ready.
I've looked into the
I must have just stood still just a little bit too long. The thing is you can't go, you like start from a dead stop and go into that. Those movements. God, every fucking time. You can't go from a dead stop to those glidey movements without hitting the B button first.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
AP at 50%.
I like can't dodge those rocket shots. And it just seems like that is my biggest hang up.
System, reactivating combat.
Is those bazooka shots are my kryptonite.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous.
If I can just get a run where somehow I don't take like that shot right off the bat, because that is so much fucking damage.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
What the fuck is it that I keep getting hit by that singular shot?
Reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft.
I'm trying to tell if it comes from under him or in front of him,
Combat mode.
and I can't figure it out.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comsync offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
2 repair kits remaining.
Alright, I really need to adjust this. Give me a second.
Main system, reactivating combat mode.
Changing up everything about the way I'm streaming right now. I've got to
Main system,
even just reposition how I'm sitting. So give me a moment, I apologize. Alright, this one came in twice. I've been watching the stream the whole time and just realized your health is in the bottom left and not the middle white bar. Yeah, that middle bar?
Activating combat mode.
That's his health. I'm pretty sure. Referencing a song that would have been out long before I was a sperm in my father's nutsack made me feel ancient. Knowledge passed through the generations is both a blessing and a curse in that way. So, yeah, the first comment went through, but I see that you had to elite speak a couple of the problem words. I'm not quite sure why. I mean, I understand why you did it. I'm not sure why YouTube might have had an issue with it.
Main system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into
I even dodged when I saw that coming, and it's still like, he's got my number so perfectly that even when I think I'm going to be able to get away from it, there's nothing I can do.
It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your coastline offline for a while. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
2 repair kits remaining.
Trust me, lady, I am trying real hard to win this.
Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
AP at 50%.
The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven.
I am absolutely pissed off about that one rocket shot. It should be the easiest thing to dodge that he does, and it's like I can't figure it out. Like there, I dodged it, but the blast is just too big.
Reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
No evasive action. Instead, take every shot right to the face.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this. The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
There we go.
Repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 50%. No repair kits remaining. Left shoulder ammunition at 50%.
The enemy can't take much more.
Right shoulder ammunition at 50%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
I dropped the ball so hard there. I got hit by one of the flamethrower shots in like the early part of that, and everything
I've looked into the
was
enemy craft.
botched since that moment.
It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bounteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
It seems like whatever cannon that is firing that hits me every time is like able to rotate independent of the actual mech. So it's not really just in front of him or just behind him. It has a certain swivel point as well.
Reactivating combat mode. autonomous PCA craft, Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
And then I got hit by every rocket and then the cannon right back to
Main
back.
system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft.
Alright, you know what? I'm going to try a little different change up to that. I'm going to do the same exact thing, but I'm going to change the order
Main
of attack.
system, reactivating combat mode.
Or I'm not going to lock on.
Main system, reactivating combat mode.
There we go.
I've looked into the enemy craft.
Holy shit, I don't know how to dodge that.
Craft, Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
Jesus Christ.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your coastline offline for now. That must
I even saw it coming and I tried to, like, boost upwards, and it's like,
reactivating combat mode.
I just didn't have the speed for whatever reason.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your coastline offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
Mike, why do I have no upwards momentum at those moments?
Evasive action, Raven.
AP active 50%.
I was like under him trying so desperately to get up and I had no upwards momentum options.
Main system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bauteus. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your coastline offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
2 repair kits remaining.
I don't even know, like, one of those in there, like, it seemed like he hit me from way behind.
Combat mode.
Lock on took too, like, I hit the button at the start and, like, it didn't lock on until I was beside him. No.
System, reactivating combat mode.
There we go. Yeah, there's something about that last one. I think I had, like, a seriously delayed input or something. I was... Oh, no, that's a thing. I was under him trying so desperately to get up. God, let there just be a resume from the pause menu,
I've looked
please.
into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
I had, I guess, no energy left to
Main
dodge.
system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Bauteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your coastline offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this. signature. Evasive action, Raven.
Oh, I'm gonna get caught in that. Oh, nope, it's not doing that phase yet.
The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
I thought I was. I thought I was clear. I was backing up, and then it just only did one dodgy jump.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft. Blanteus. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven.
Not without any boost. I have no chance without boost. Because I can't get in there.
Counseling offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
Can I focus on not taking a literal rocket to my face?
Main system.
Because apparently I can't.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft. Blanteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven.
I love how she's like, now's your chance. Go in there and do something. With what boost, lady?
That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
2 repair kits remaining.
The enemy has taken heavy damage. Keep it up, Raven. The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
AP at 30%. UP at
I swear I was clear, lady. We have very different definitions of clear. Me slamming the backup button but not backing up does not lead to a clear outcome. I think the ACS anomaly actually means he's actually fucking with my aim system.
AP at 30%.
Man,
Main system.
this is rough. This is rough and disappointing for the fact that it's just rough for the sake of being Dark Souls hard thematic.
You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
It's moments like this where it's really just like, yeah, you guys said you weren't making a Dark Souls game. Really not seeing it right now. The game was always hard, but it wasn't like absurd boss fight like this hard. This is a lot of that heavy Souls influence.
You have to focus on winning this.
Like, a lot of the challenge was more from just like working within the control system, not having bosses that can just fucking swat your shit in one shot.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft. Blanteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
2 repair kits remaining.
I haven't uploaded anything in the...
Reactivate.
God damn it, stop that game. I haven't uploaded anything in the past couple of days and gained 2 subscribers from doing nothing. Gotta say, I love when that happens, but how do I word this? I have had many instances of that where I'll go up 2 subscribers and then down 2 in a couple of days. Hopefully these are actual subscribers and not bots, because it feels great seeing the subscriber count go up. It really doesn't when you see it go down. So hopefully these are real subscribers for you, Rigid, and hopefully it leads to more views.
System reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an
I was trying to
autonomous-
think how to word that so it didn't. I didn't just try to say like, oh hey, they're probably, because they might. I should just shut my mouth. My point is I hope that we all keep growing.
PCA craft.
Man, I gotta restart that up. Hold on. I am. Whew. I'm pretty certain I heard the little ting from me hitting yes, but it didn't take the yes. I am.
System activating combat mode.
Alright. I'm gonna call the stream there. I'm pretty certain I thought I hit restart from checkpoint, and apparently I hit restart from mission, even though, I don't think I hit down at all! God, fuck! That pisses me off. I'm gonna grab a drink. I need a second. There is little things that this game is going to do that is going to bug me as much as that. Holy I have been on muscle memory on that menu so much. And you're telling me I hit down? I did not fucking hit down.
Code 1-5. Intruder sighted. It's just one AC. Who are they with? We can look into that later. Engaging. Code 7-8. Requesting backup. I can't get through the...
Why is that boost not ending? Hold on. I gotta point something out here.
Activating combat mode.
So, in the past, when I would do this turn to the left, do this big boost, and you pull back, he stops. But, half the time now, he's not actually stopping. He's making other movements.
Code 1-5.
So, constantly I'm trying to stop the boost, and he's just, doing other things.
Who are they with? We can look into that later. Engaging.
Yeah, I am not in the mood to do this part of this mission again. I'm going to pick up on that boss fight next stream, but I've got to call it here. I am about, that pissed me off. That genuinely is boiling my blood right now. So, I'm going to call it here before I get, genuinely mad, and yeah. Restart the goddamn mission. Fuck you, game. Alright, seriously though, hopefully you guys all have a good one. We keep growing. Sounds like a porn tagline. I'd almost be willing to bet that it is. My question is this some sort of those, inflation fetishes, or is this just big penis joke? Because the internet will break you in mind, body, and spirit. I hope. Oh, we're talking about channels. Yes. My point is hopefully. I look at Ridge's numbers and I'm like, how the hell is he getting those? The sheer number of views he gets. But I know that YouTube very much loves throwing. I'm gonna word this in a weird way. YouTube loves throwing people's shorts at everyone. It's a great way to get your channel in front of a lot of eyes. And as a result, I need to remind myself that, I'm doing live streams, man. YouTube don't like live streams. YouTube treats live streams very poorly with how their algorithm is determined. the reason shorts work so well is you get a quick view content. It's scrolling through, so people will flip through and they might even hit it for just a couple of seconds, but you have a minute video. If someone watches your video for 5 seconds out of 1 minute, you got to look at the percentage of your video that got viewed. When you look at live streams, very rarely do people sit in one sitting without any interruption. And here's the thing, an interruption doesn't even have to be the user not watching. An interruption can be a momentary disconnect and reconnect from the internet. This is why sometimes you'll look at my videos and we might have people stop in and you'll say like, oh, well, I know that there were like 4 or 5 consecutive viewers, and every so often like people stop in. But it seems really weird that somehow Ian managed to get 85 views on a video that only got 3 likes. And that's because it's a live stream, and sometimes the internet disconnects and reconnects and counts your connection as a view. But in the algorithm, that also means, wow, people lost interest in 5 minutes. And then lost interest again in 10. YouTube's system is not particularly, maybe both. Oh god, the inflation and the big dick. But yeah, the whole YouTube system, is a convoluted mess, and even when you do shorts, have you ever noticed that like if you do a short at a certain time of day, you'll get like 400 views, and then you'll do a short again on that exact same time of day, on that exact same like day of the week, and for whatever reason it gets buried and you get like 3? There are weird things that the algorithm does, and at this point, I think it's so grotesquely complicated that a lot of the early day stuff with like, with the way people could abuse the algorithm, right now is very heavily crippled, and why it is such a unique thing when people find ways to break through and manipulate the system, and even then, it is patched fairly quick. There's oh man, who is it? It's a British channel, a British guy. What is his name? One second, I'm gonna look this up. Where is the percent on this? Man, I can't remember what the channel name is. He's the guy who always does like the perfectly balanced game meme you'll probably see come up from time to time. Spiffing Brit, that's what it is. I couldn't think of it to save my life. The one Neon Genesis Evangelion meme I did still gets most of the views on my channel. Despite being, yeah, I have old videos of my brother trying out the Skyrim on the Switch with a couple of the motion control options, and for some reason that one still gets a lot of views, and I don't know why the algorithm picks that one. It doesn't make sense to me. But the Spiffing Brit did a video that was just a black screen for 1 second. But he broke the algorithm because it lasted 1 second. If you watched that screen and you were waiting for something to start, you watch that for like 4 or 5 seconds and realize nothing's playing. And then so you skip ahead. That's 4 or 5 consecutive views from one single viewer, from one single account. So you get like 4 or 5 views with a viewer retention time of 4 or 5 times the length of the entire video. And so he did that as an experiment to break the algorithm, and he ended up getting like a viewer retention score of like some absurdly ungodly number. And I'm fairly certain that if you tried to recreate that, you would do several things. People would realize what you're doing, and you'd probably piss a lot of people off. But again, when Spiffing Brit did it the first time, it was kind of like a first time thing. It was a unique aspect. But he did that and like broke the algorithm and made an absolute hit video. Yeah, it is genius. Like, Spiffing Brit does a lot of... He also did one that is a hilarious concept. When you do live streams that have a predetermined time, you know how you can have, like, a pre-launch event? And people will come in and wait for the video to start? He did one where he did that. And then he made use of YouTube's system to where you can push it forward a little bit and push it forward and keep people waiting. But because YouTube looks at those like couple of minutes before you actually go live as the, yo, he's going, pump those numbers up, put it out there. So it's a brief window of kind of like an algorithmic boost. And because he kept dancing it forward, he maintained and fluttered himself in that golden zone and got a bunch of views on a live video before he ever even started the live stream. Again, a system that got balanced and altered heavily, and again, now if you try to recreate that simply for the sake of recreating it, people would catch on, and I think a lot of people would get irritated, but I know I would get irritated by that moment. But also, you're pissing people off because you're having a video that you're not actually doing. So you kind of get a little bit of fever from both sides. And then, of course, you have to deal with the like-dislike ratio, and then once the live stream happens, what is your retention there afterwards? But I might try the same thing, but with, like, an old static TV screen. But, I mean, you can give it a shot if you want, see how it does for you. But, like, it's very interesting, the breaking of the system you can do there. But also, like, it shows the unbalance that can be achieved with like really manipulating things, and it works great for the Spiffing Brit. Manipulating numbers is his entire channel. But if somebody were to try to like just break through that and do it in the first place, I have skepticism as to how well it would be received, and then also, you run into the algorithm problems of how you get treated when you can't maintain that outcome. It works great if somebody already has an established like field that they can fall back on that maintains above the average threshold, because then it'll eventually recalibrate and you'll be back to normal approval within the YouTube system. But if I had one video where one day I put it out and suddenly I got like a viewer retention of like 300%, and I had a viral hit of like 5,000 views while I was live, viral by my small channel standards, 5,000 views in the one time it went live, and it had a huge like increase. If I didn't maintain that consistently, stream to stream to stream, YouTube actually would punish me and beat me back down for it. And I say me, but like it does that to everybody that does live streams on YouTube. It also does that when you do pre-uploaded content. And for some reason, pre-uploaded content, live stream, and shorts all have their own different weighting system. Like, there's so much that goes into the YouTube backend. It is absurd. Anyways, I've rambled on too long about this. I'm just, I'm getting into the nitty-gritty of the YouTube function and why I don't play ball the way they do and why I still throw up the middle fingers to them. But I'm rambling on at this point. Rigid, I hope you have a great one. Hopefully you keep going good. And if you do that static thing, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you do that, I'm going to watch it. I'm gonna load it on my phone. I'm gonna set my phone down. I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich, come back, eat my sandwich, and then I'll close it. And we'll see what that does to your viewer retention analytics. Dem, have a blessed one. Hopefully we'll get to see you guys here soon. I still got a little bit of work I've got to get done, but I'm hoping that on Labor Day I will be able to do another stream. Because frankly, I would prefer nothing more than to stop my labor for a single day. I say labor again, and that comment I made at the beginning is coming back to mind again. And actually put another stream out. And before I actually go live, I'll hit the point of having that boss fight again. I might make some changes to the robot and see what that does. Obviously, I need some upwards mobility in order to fight him, because I need to be able to get up and hit him with the sword. The sword seems to be doing really good work. However, one change that I thought about that I was just too stubborn to back out and try is changing off of the kinetic weapons and changing to maybe that plasma pulse thing that we looked at earlier, because that does supposedly drain, I think I've heard, those drain the shields a lot faster. And if that'll drain his shield faster, that's where I need to get some extra damage from. The shotgun wasn't doing a whole lot on the damage front, rather the blade was the bread and butter for the damage dealing, but it only had such a window there. And Richard, of course, as I'm rambling and talking about more and not ending my video when I say, I do the opposite. Apparently, some people abuse the algorithm and say, hey, we're gonna ride out that beginning and really build up hype. I'm the opposite. I say I'm ending and then I go for another 5 minutes because I can't shut my mouth. Anyways, Richard, have a blessed one. And to everybody, hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, God. Gotta alt tab.